drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Bryant, Dirty Harrison, Marvin Van Velzen. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Interceptor, Jensen Walker! One more time, ladies and gentlemen, your weeknight champion, Mervyn King!
Hello. Goodbye. Second one of the week.
I have to go for the ball, but he pins it, he fires it.
Winning 15 matches in a row, winning all of his games 4-3 tonight, including the final. Good Evans, it's David's day at the Super Series. Well, this will be an advanced finish. Oh, what a skin saver from Adrian Gray. He'll be wondering where that's been.
Series 10 did indeed have its highlights, and very good morning to everybody tuning in on Pluto TV this morning, because now it's time to move forward instead of looking back, even though we're going to look a little bit further back over the last couple of weeks, because we've had some fun over the last couple of weeks, haven't we? We've had Women's Week, we've had international pairs, and this is where Series 11 starts this morning. And we're going to be looking at Series 11 Week 1 in the company of Trina Gulliver, MBE, who was here on the Saturday night at the end of Women's Week. Tell us a little bit more about what that experience was like, Trina, because it was your first dose of a Saturday night as a player instead of a pundit.
Yeah, it was, and I was happy to make the week, obviously, and I played some good stuff during the week, but Saturday it just didn't happen for me, I'm afraid.
It did happen for Lisa Ashton, though. She did pick a first trophy up here at the Live Lounge, and I'm sure she must be elated at the fact that she's finally got that monkey off her back.
Yeah, I think she is. You know, she's had a lot to deal with. She's had a lot of injury and a few operations as well. So first to get over the line and lift the trophy on Saturday evening was great to see.
When she's lifting the trophy there, she looks almost embarrassed to lift that trophy.
Yeah, she pretends to be shy.
She's not shy, though, is she?
Oh, no.
Not the way she plays the game, but she played thoroughly well to get that title. Obviously, moving forward over the Women's Week, and when that was finished, we went into international pairs to have something a little bit different here. That was interesting to say the least, with so many things going on. Not so much Danny Van Tripe in the end, but more like Danny Van Tripp.
Yeah, right. On more than one occasion as well. So I think that's it's going to stick with him a little bit, that.
Yeah, influencer event yesterday as well, which was a lot of fun. But I think taking things from other influencer events, they were great. But yesterday, with Peter Washuri winning alongside Ollie Howard, who played some stellar stuff, is Peter Washuri taking the trophy back to Kenya maybe the biggest influencer story yet?
I think it is. I think it is, definitely. You know, the reception that he got the last time that he went back, and I'm sure he's going to get the same sort of reception this time. It's just great for the darts over there.
Yeah, we're going to be working alongside a lot of different groups over the course of Series 11. The African Darts Group, obviously, we're going to try and include more people from around the world, but maybe Peter Washuri's one of the biggest stories of the entire year so far. Is it fair to say that? I
think it is, yeah. I think it's very fair to say that, you know, and like you say, when you see the reception that he received the last time he was here, and I'm sure it's not going to be much different this time.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be part of Series 11. That is a fact, so we'll look forward to seeing him back here. As for the end of Series 10, with our winner doing a rather remarkable thing at the end by hitting double eight from an impossible angle, Jensen Walker, what happens now? Because he's always had promise, and we now have another teenage champion. What is possible for Jensen moving forward after this?
Well, the sky's his limit, isn't it now? I mean, it's given him that boost that he needs, and that belief in himself as well, that, you know, he's proved that he can do it. So moving forward, it's going to be a good a good start for him to move forward and progress.
Well, let's have a little look at and see who's coming up this week, because we do start the series with a rather jam-packed schedule here. Now, if you look at the experience of the likes of Jeff Smith, Mervyn King, Adrian Gray, David Evans and Tommy Morris, this Group A situation is stacked to say the least. Is it fair to say that Dustin Straver has been thrown to the wolves here because he's the only debutant in Group A and everybody else has got a lot of experience?
Yeah, it does seem a little bit like that, doesn't it? But you never know. He might surprise us all, and we don't know much about him, do we? Really? So it's his time to shine.
Looking at the odds for this week as well, they are quite compelling, because we believe this is the first time that we've had 3 tied favourites for the week. Gary Stone comes in a little bit later in the week. Jeff Smith and Mervyn King are in Group A, and is it a surprise that they're the favourites? But is there a shock that maybe we've got 3 favourites tied this week?
I've never seen that before, and that's very interesting. But it's a great lineup, isn't it? And some great players coming in later on in the week as well.
Well, Mervyn King is one of the favourites, but you and I have known Mervyn quite a long time. We know he's got a great work ethic, but even he, I'm sure, will be coming into this week feeling a little bit tired, because he played a Challenge Tour event. He won. He made the final of another one. He came straight here for international pairs. He's played the Influencer event, and now he's back for week 1. This will be his 11th straight day. Have you got any experience of doing that kind of a stint, Trina?
Yes, I have, and it could take its toll this week for him. So he's definitely going to be resting in between, if he can, and but it's going to be tough for him this week.
We said we're going to look forward when it comes to Series 11. What are you looking forward to the most from this series? Because we've seen lots of different things happen here over the last 2.5 years. We've started to include more ladies, and there will be ladies in Series 11, not just in the Women's Week, which is obviously going to happen in the middle of Series 11. But what do you want to see from this? Well,
yes, the Women's Week 4 has been confirmed, and that's will be coming up within the next few weeks. So looking forward to that. Great news that there's going to be a couple of ladies in the actual series itself. So it's great for the ladies' darts, yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about that when we start our broadcast, because we are not that far away from some live action. But before we start our first game of Series 11, let's have a little look back at all of the highlights from the international pairs, because there were plenty.
Double 10. And Scotland are off to the perfect start.
We dug deep, we got the wins, and we did what we needed to do, and we scraped through.
Richie Burnett steps up, and Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
But this guy this week has been amazing. I've just been able to mop up.
We'll return to the board, looking at double 16 to complete a 4-1 success.
To win it with him, words can't describe it.
Third time is the charm, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals.
It means a lot, because we are playing for our country.
History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a pairs 9-dart shootout to quiet down the English crowd. And for Wales, it's 2 wins out of 2. Well, that is absolutely incredible. And Belgium will be through. Bullseye for Jimmy Van Schie. The Netherlands are into the final.
And he only needed one more.
And it's double Dutch delight.
International pairs champions, the Netherlands.
I'm not really sure if we could have squeezed any more from our international pairs than we got, because what a week. Great participation from 12 fantastic nations, And in the end, the Dutch did have the doubles delight. But now we turn our attention to singles action once again. And with the likes of the Influencer event, which was 24 hours ago, or just a little bit less, we now invite back the Silencer. Jeff Smith from New Brunswick in Eastern Canada will take on Mervyn King, who now, if he plays any more here, we're going to start charging him rent. But he loves this place. He's been successful in the previous series. But if he wants to get back to Champions Week in August, he's going to have to play very, very well in week 1 because there are plenty of people here who can topple him, including this very, very dangerous man in glasses, which is not Owen Binks.
First leg, it's Jeff.
He's the one who's calling the
first.
scores.
Game
And
on.
this man with the glasses will be hitting the scores because Trina Gulliver, Jeff, is in rather good form at the minute.
Yes, so I hear. He's been playing really well, and so he'll be hoping to carry his form on into this week.
Yeah, just speaking to Jeff this morning, he is very happy that
180.
he's won his last 3 ranking tournaments, but already Mervyn King off to a flyer with the first 180 of the series
86.
with his first throw.
That's not a bad start for somebody that's going to be very tired this week.
Yeah, I think the closest we've been to someone who's played this much in a 3-week spell was Neil Duff. It was towards the end of
100.
September, if my memory serves me right. And by week 3, he was struggling. So the rest in between the days for Mervyn this week will be crucial.
100.
Yeah, absolutely crucial. He'll be taking plenty of naps, fueling up, and getting as much rest in and
136.
And food as he possibly can to get everything up and running.
121.
This is an excellent first leg.
121.
121 for Smith, who likes to start on the 17s. Where does he like to finish? Okay, so Series 11 has started rather well.
Jeff Smith.
Welcome back, Jeff.
Second leg, it's
Well,
Mervyn.
clearly showing his form there.
Game on.
He's obviously bringing his form into this match today.
Yeah, he was doing an exhibition this weekend.
41.
Was Jeff in Bournemouth. Gets himself around. He's done exhibitions all over the world, the Far East, North America, all over Europe. He's actually done one in Ukraine as well.
180.
And these are 2 of the favourites for the week. Now, we have to remind you, of course, that if you are having a flutter this week, please gamble responsibly. It's over 18s only, and gambleaware.org for more information. And look how disappointed he is with just 4 perfect darts.
$100.
These 2 will know each other rather well. They have had the same equipment manufacturer at one point in their careers.
60.
And they've also got mutual friends because Jeff has got a lot of friends in East Anglia, in particular Darren Webster. Now Mervyn should look at the bull here. He's trying to figure out if there's something else he can use.
This is where fatigue comes in as well. You know, when you're tired, you don't quite think, you're not quite as sharp.
93.
And, you know, having to think a little bit more about what's best.
$96. Maybe never 160.
I couldn't agree with you more. If you are that fatigued, it's the brain that goes first.
Well, treble 19 would have been the shot there, but hits a treble 16 there to leave himself tops. But will he get a chance?
He might not.
Game
And that is classic Jeff Smith. He loves double 18.
Jeff Smith.
He is yet to win a week
So
here.
it's Jeff to throw first.
And he's got to be very dangerous this week. There are Canadians who have been here before. And Jim Long has been successful. Jeff would love to join that Canadian club.
Well, averages at the moment, currently 98 for Jeff and 100 for Mervyn King. So just tells the quality of this match at the moment.
54.
Almost laying a marker for the rest of the group as well. We'll see Adrian Gray. We'll see David Evans. Tommy Morris, the fast-firing man from Dorset.
100.
And somewhat unknown quantity, Dustin Straver.
$140.
It's a slightly different atmosphere in here today compared to yesterday. It was loud in here yesterday. And it was loud here on Saturday night. My word. People really did get behind the Dutch. When Jimmy Van Schie's in town, the volume goes up. It's as simple as that.
99.
Yeah, popular guy.
$59.
It's an interesting switch there from Smith. A lot of people would have stayed on the 20s there, but he knew that the 19s would leave a finish anyway.
120.
That's a great shot there from Merv.
161.
Leaves himself on 80. But a chance here for Jeff.
What a lovely dart that is. He just lobbed that over the blocker.
105.
Very sensible. If Mervyn doesn't take this out, he's staring 3-0 down in the face.
Game
Classic King. Simple as that. Not many people do that anymore. He's been the biggest purveyor of that shot for the last 30 years.
Game on.
Yeah, it's been a favourite of his, hasn't it?
Yeah, should get a T-shirt for Mervyn King. On the front, it says, "You do you." And on the back, it's got a picture of treble 16 and double 16. He doesn't care that it's seen as the wrong type of shot.
140.
He just does what he feels is right.
Well, if it works for him, isn't it? If he's confident in going for that, then he's likely to hit it. And it's clearly the way for him to go.
81.
It's been a really big weekend in darts for so many reasons.
93.
It started outside of the live lounge on Thursday with Luke Humphreys winning an 8th straight game in Leeds to get his second Leeds title
140.
to qualify for the playoffs in the Premier League. So congratulations to Luke. But as we always do on Mondays, we will touch on what's happened around the world.
98.
And give you the latest darting stories here on the 24/7 Darts channel on Pluto TV. It's not just about the live action. We want to keep you in touch with what's happening.
159.
Well, that's a great shot there from Mervyn to leave himself 24. And he will be back for it as Smith fails to find the treble 20 with his first dart.
34. Mervyn required 24.
Oh, this is for a 5-visit leg.
Game
And that is
shot
remarkable.
Mervyn
Considering the trouble he was in at 2-0 down, he's lifted his level to almost 106.
Jeff to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, super darts here from both players, I have to say. And as you say, he's done well to bring it back and level the match.
96.
Now, this stretch that Mervyn is on started at the beginning of the month. I don't even know if he's been home since April.
133.
Because He went to the Challenge Tour. He won Challenge Tour 11. He was runner-up at Challenge Tour 15.
171!
So as far as Challenge Tour darts is concerned, things have been pretty good for Mervyn. He may even be seeing a route back to the Pro Tour by the end of the year via that order of merit.
Well, if he carries on the way he's started, then that's very, very much possible.
66.
And I think he has been away for as long as that, to be fair. And I think Tracy, his wife, is very pleased.
$82.
Now, Smith leaving 168, that was not on purpose. It was an accidental leave. You won't see Jeff making
84.
calculating errors.
Then you require 150.
But if this is found, this would be seismic for the first game of the day.
Well, it's on. Needed the treble 18 there to leave the double.
$94.
Now, does
Jeff
Smith
require 84.
use treble 16 here?
Looks like he is. He does indeed, but can't be found.
59.
And neither is the
Require
bullseye.
56.
It was a good attempt, but King can, with another 5-visit leg, take the lead.
Game shown the 5th leg. Mervyn King.
Well, that's cracking darts there from Mervyn.
Sixth
To come
leg,
back
it's Mervyn to throw
3-2
first.
lead
Game.
from 2-0 down. Really showing his strength in this match.
5 legs won, 1 missed dart at double
60.
in this match. That tells you everything you need to know. The biggest strength of Smith's game is his doubling.
140.
He's missed 1 dart at the bull, and he's paid the price. I would not be shocked, Trina, to see this as the final for the week. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen the first game of the week be the last.
Well, they're certainly setting their stall out, aren't they? Early, and the others in the back room must be thinking, "Whoa, we've got to pull our fingers out here to do well this week."
I think that's a good thing. It sets the tone. If they go out and have a scrappy first game, it almost gives you license to have the same. But when you see this kind of standard, you think, oh, it's like this. I'm going to have to be sharp.
No room for error. Well, Mervyn leaves himself on the 170. So treble 21st can't be found. So Jeff will be coming back for the 124.
60.
With a chance to level the match.
You get the feeling he needs to hit this. He doesn't get a shot at the bull this time.
I'm going to require 110.
So 110 now for Mervyn. Well, that's a poor dart.
If he has had a miss over the last few weeks, it has been that.
68.
The small one. Same approach as earlier. It's double 18. And there it is again.
The flag. Jeff Smith.
Stunning. What a great game. And we're being entirely selfish when we say this game deserves a 7th leg because we don't want to stop them playing.
Superb game. Jeff obviously got the advantage here with this leg. Throwing first.
You don't see many steel tip players going for a white horse in their first visit of a last leg decider.
177.
And based on that, Smith might have needed a white horse, which is treble 20, treble 19 and treble 18, by the way.
Oh, thank you for confirming that.
100.
It's one of those soft tip things that you get on the computers and a white horse appears and makes a very fancy noise.
Well, you learn something new every day.
118.
As far as first games of a week are concerned, this is right up there. When Mervyn made his debut here, it was against Steve West, and he averaged 103.66 on a Monday morning. This is better than that.
59.
But who's favourite now?
136.
Well, that'll help.
Mervyn 147.
So a big shot now for Mervyn. He needs to take this out.
He really does, because Smith has already taken 68 twice.
Well, it's on. Treble 18. Not to be this time.
91.
So Jeff a chance
68.
at this 68.
What is it they say? There's nothing sweeter than a repeater.
48.
And Jeff can't find the end product, and King
56.
has a chance to find his first 2 points of the week against the dangerous Canadian. They both missed 2.
Jeff, you require
Wow.
20.
Edgy darts. So double 10 for Jeff. Takes it with his first start and takes a 4-3 victory over Mervyn King. What a match that was.
Yeah, it really was. Smith silences the King. It's a wonderful result for Jeff, because at times he was in real trouble. But they will have another dust-up in Game 15 on Tuesday as they debrief as they leave the stage. That is a game we're probably going to remember for the rest of the week. 98.74, just about getting the win, but Mervyn 102.5, and he didn't even win the match. Those 2 mismatched darts were fatal. 60% checkout on the doubles is not bad at all. He's done a lot right there, but there were 2 mistakes at the end that cost him, and Mervyn in round 1 falls by 4 legs to 3.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
She won't be wanting to take 6, mind you.
Game shot, and
She doesn't indeed. She takes the double 10.
Game shot on the second leg, Lisa Rush.
Treble 20 first, 18 now. She's going to get one dart at it.
Game
Oh,
shot,
and she only needs one dart at it.
Sullivan. Game shot, and the match, Kirsty
Kirsty Vinakainen does pin double 4 in the end. But no mistake this time from Lisa Ashton, who does win 3-1. Finds it with the third, and it is a 3-2 victory for Kirsty Vinakainen over Gemma Hayter.
She goes 1 for double 4. Tidies it up nicely.
Double 10 once again.
Game shot on the second leg.
This time she
Lisa
finds it.
Game shot, and the match.
And that's exactly what she does. Oh, and even nicer done, that double.
Double 19. For an
Game
absolute
shot on the third leg,
dunker.
Rhiannon Sullivan.
What a finish there from Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Game shot, and the match.
It's a win for Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Ashton needed once she saw that. That was the only opportunity she needed.
Super Series
Your
Women's Week 3 champion.
Super Series
Lisa
Women Week 3
Ashton.
champion.
The Lancashire Rose, Lisa Ashton.
Yeah, we got the feeling that when Lisa was holding that trophy for the first time, she was relieved. And she is now the defending Women's Week champion. And she will defend that a little bit later on in 2025 in Women's Week 4. But now we turn our attention to Game 2 of our first week of Series 11. And it's a welcome back to David Evans, the man with the shiny shoes. And the man who did indeed lift the shiny trophy in Series 10. Beating Steve Beaton in the final. I'm sure that meant a lot to him as well. But now he's taking on Adrian Gray, who's got an awful lot of experience. Doesn't matter whether it's steel tip darts, soft tip darts, or something in between. I'm sure he's done it. But after what we've seen in our first game today, these guys are going to have to be switched on. That's a fact. Because the standard from that first game was exceptional.
Yeah, absolutely superb. Great first match of the week. It's really set the standard for the week.
Yeah, it truly has. 102.58 for King in a defeat after hitting 3 out of 5 on the doubles, and it proves now, as we look back on that first game, that Mervyn had to hit one of his last 2 darts at a double to get the 2 points, and it wasn't meant to be. Apologies for the delay in the start of this game. We're just dealing with a few technical difficulties, but that gives these players an extra few practice darts on the stage to get comfortable. And when it comes to your first game of the week, it doesn't matter how much experience you've got, you're still going to feel a little bit jittery about what's potentially going to happen this week.
Yeah, of course. You know, you wanting to go up there and have a good start. So get off to a good start, and that fills you with confidence, obviously, and you know, you can progress from there then.
Yeah, Jeff Smith's going to be feeling really good now. He started with a victory. Mervyn will take it on the chin. He knows that you don't have to win your first game of the week to have a successful campaign. In fact, what you do have to do to win through to Saturday night through Group A is to be the top dog. If you aren't, you're going to find yourself in a secondary group on Thursday and Friday. This is Adrian Gray, 44 years of age, from St Leonards-on-Sea, which is just outside of Hastings on the south coast in East Sussex. He's been a runner-up, whereas this man has been a champion here on a Saturday night. From Preston, throwing a 23-gram dart. And I will be eagle-eyeing the flights this week of David Evans, because the last time he was here, they weren't up to scratch, Dave. They were just a bit ragged. So I hope you brought some fresh ones with you. But he's called Stretch because he's so tall.
First leg, it's Adrian to throw first.
He is rather.
Game on.
Yeah, Adrian is from the same area of the country as Rob Cross, of course, who became world champion back in 2018, ending the career of the great Phil Taylor. But what people don't seem to remember is that Adrian is one of the best soft tip players of the last 15 years.
100.
He has been all over the world playing steel and soft tip. And wherever there's a tournament these days, he will go.
100.
There's an argument to say that he's a better player now than he's ever been.
Well, sounds like he's got the experience there, and you know, that experience counts, doesn't it? You learn from every game that you play.
140.
The one thing he won't want me to mention is the last time he played at the World Championship. So I'm not going to talk about it.
100.
Well, David here is actually runs a pub
130
up in Preston. It's called the Gamel, and it's coming up to his 2-year anniversary there, so they will be celebrating that shortly.
60.
Well, what better way could there be
David, you require 130
than to have that anniversary with a victory here in Portsmouth as well? And if he was to win this week, it would be his second Champions Week in a row. And he'd have to make plans for the middle of August to come back.
Well, he has lots of family down here, so he will get the support here.
83.
Yeah, steady stuff there from Adrian.
65.
He's poised. If Evans can't take what he's just hit in the previous visit,
Game
But he
shot on the
does. We
first
shouldn't be
leg.
shocked by that.
David Evans.
Because the quality is already very evident today.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
It's a busy darting day today. We've got Group A until around 2:30 in the afternoon. There's a Pro Tour event in Hildesheim today.
96.
And this off the back of a very, very busy weekend in darts.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had the ADC and the WADC
100.
in Aylesbury this weekend.
And not to mention, Hildesheim in Germany has played host to 5 development tour events.
45.
3 of them won by Cam Crabtree. What a dream weekend it has been for Cam, who elevates himself to 2nd in that order of merit now, behind Bo Greaves. But other wins for Jurjen van der Velde. That'll mean a lot to him to get back into the winner's circle. And the lesser-known Jannis Barkhausen, who had a bit of a day at the weekend.
134.
We'll get on to the WADC and ADC winners in the next leg, because everybody deserves their mention.
140.
Oh, this is brilliant from Evans. That's exactly what Gray did not want to see.
Well, leaves himself on 86. Gray not on a finish, so he will be back for that 86 and a chance to go 2 legs ahead.
44. David, you require 86.
He's going for the bull then. Some people would lay up because they know the stats from these days, but this man is give me the driver. And he is driving towards a 2-0 lead. His confidence will be rocketing right now.
Well, 100% success rate on the checkouts at the moment, and averaging 103.66 at the moment. So David's in a good position here.
Now, David Evans also has the record, the tied record, for the most points ever yielded
46.
in a Group A situation. 28 points from 30. We have never had a perfect group in a Group A situation. I wonder if Series 11 will yield that.
60.
Well, that's an amazing achievement, isn't it?
One thing Dave knows is that he can string a few wins together.
140.
He currently has the record also of most consecutive victories on the stage at 17. He co-holds that now with Daryl Pilgrim and Derek Coulson. But both Derek
85.
and Dave fell short when they had a chance of breaking that record. That's a great 140. Lovely use of the full width of that oki there. He's got Adrian Gray on the back foot now.
100.
Well, he finds the treble with his last start, but doesn't leave a finish. So David looking to set this up.
96.
And he does so. I was just about to say what he'd love for a 180 there, but it's not to be. But does hit a 140, so pressurises the 79.
Well, everybody knows what Wolfie would do here on 79. He'd go treble 13. Evans wants tops.
39.
First missed start at a double.
56.
And because of the brilliant approach from Gray, he can close the door on leg 3.
Finds it with his second dart.
Adrian
And gets a
Gray.
leg on the board.
That'll make him feel really good.
Full flag is David
Sometimes
to
you
throw
need your
first.
opponent to miss
Game.
for you to walk through the door. But he did a very, very good job there on that 56. Well, over the weekend in ADC darts at Bradmore Farm in Aylesbury,
100.
there were wins for Sean Fox in event 5. Jack Tweddle, he beat Chaz Barstow.
180.
Carl Wilson beat a certain Christian Perez, who was slated to play here today, but wasn't able to fulfill his commitment. So that's why we brought in Tommy Morris. You'll see him in the next match against Dustin Straver.
44.
And then after international pairs finished on Saturday night here, Kurt Parry hot-footed it to Aylesbury and picked up a victory on the championship tour, beating Di Davies in the final.
100.
Oh, he's certainly kept himself busy, hasn't he?
You really do have to do the miles if you want to get success these days. There's so much to play. Super Series, ADC, Challenge Tour.
100.
You might even get a call up for the Pro Tour.
Yeah, there's so much choice now. You know, you can take your pick, and it's nice to have that, you know.
140.
It's amazing how much Adrian has settled down since hitting that first double. But he may just have to hit this 81.
100. Adrian, you require 81.
He's going to have to go for the 12. And he knows a thing or two about bullseyes.
Being a soft tip player.
56.
Yeah, but the bullseyes in soft tip are black. He doesn't find the red. And there could be trouble ahead for Adrian on tops.
Game shot
Clinical.
the full flag.
Lovely leg
David
of darts.
Evans.
And that puts everything
Fifth leg, it's Adrian to throw
into the
first.
past from leg 3. He was dreaming of 3-0 up, but 3-1 arguably will feel even better because he's able to bounce back after that disappointment in leg 3.
Yeah, great result there from David. 75% checkout rate at the moment. And a 99 average.
And the leg breakdown is really good in this game. 315 darters and a 17. This is the kind of standard that we always want to see from the players all day long. But there will be a drop-off at some point. It's just a question of when and not if.
81.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, it's impossible to keep it up all the time.
You've got unique experience of playing on this stage in multiple matches on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because you did it in the Women's Week. What are the challenges of playing game in, game out between, say, 9:30 and 2 o'clock?
Well, it is fatigue.
60.
You know, it's one of the major things. And, you know, you've got to make sure that you warm up your muscles. It's the same as any other sport, whereas you know, you need to warm them muscles up that you're using.
180.
Arm muscles, your hips even, you know. It's you'll be surprised how many muscles you use.
I've been trying to
60.
say this to
David,
some
you
young
require
players lately.
84.
If you do the right things at the start, you're more likely to get the end result, which is exactly what Evans is looking at right now. I'm not really sure what happened to that dart. I wasn't sure whether it wanted to stay in the board or not.
Well, Gray would have been happy about that, but not that he's making much inroad, really.
100.
Well, does manage to find the treble with his last start.
48.
Leaves himself a finish, but he's unlikely to get a chance.
He probably won't. And he doesn't, because David Evans was just too good on this occasion. Adrian Gray did not play that badly. He was only getting 2 shots at a double in that entire match, because Evans has averaged over 101 on this occasion, and in comparison to game number 1, this time the ton plus average does get the 2 points on the board. 80% on the doubles, that's always going to be very impressive. Only the 180 per player, but Evans just too good for Adrian Gray, winning by 4 legs to 1 ahead of our third game, which is Morris against Straver.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Monday morning and Series 11 is underway. And we're going to go off like a bang, aren't we, Tommy? Because Tommy Morris is back. And whatever happens in this game, it won't take long. Because when Tommy's here, the 32-year-old from Dorset, throwing a 26-gram dart, a 7-time weekly finalist, but not getting that weekly win yet, is up against Davidson Dustin Straver, who is a bit of an unknown quantity. But that's a good thing, because sometimes we don't want to have the same players all the time. We want to have somebody new. We'd like a new story. Isn't that right, Dustin?
First leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how he fares this week.
82.
Now, when you look at who we've got coming in this week, Dustin is the only
57.
debutant all week. Adam Mould, James Hubbard and Gary Stone, they're waiting in Group B.
35.
They've all been here before, and Adam has won a week. Ash Coleman, Darren Brown, Daniel Ayres,
121.
they've all been here before as well. So the approach
44.
of Dustin Straver this week will be interesting. He shouldn't really be putting any pressure on himself, should he?
134.
Well, no, he shouldn't. However, with the start that we've had at the moment, he's going to be thinking, oh,
121.
crikey, I've really got to pull my finger out here today and for this week. But, you know, this is his first game of the week. He'll be
59.
finding his feet and just getting to know the layout of the place, you know, and the other players as well, and
130.
learning what it's all about.
This wouldn't be a bad start. If he can hit the ball.
94. Tommy Rock 134.
We did say this game was going to be quick.
94. Dustin, you've required 36.
Crikey, I can't keep up with him.
Game
And this
shot
is
on
why you need a
Thursday.
world-class referee in this
Straver.
game, because this is swift.
Our first blood there to
Second against Dustin to throw
Dustin.
first. Game
and a breaker throw, of course.
100.
Using a Gerwin Price dart, we see. But using the black version.
140.
Now his throw, it very much reminds me of another Dutchman
100.
by the name of Jordi Meeuwiser. I haven't seen Jordi in a while. Around about 2016,
85.
2017, he was big news. But this is just another Dutch dart player that could pop here in
91.
Portsmouth. Like Marvin van Velsen, like Jimmy van Schie, like Danny van Tripe.
55.
Sorry, Danny, but she's got a point. Trip once.
46.
Okay, it was a bit of an accident. Trip twice, it's on you.
131. Dustin, you've required 164.
So 164 now for Dustin. And it's on. Treble 18 is required but not found.
98. Tommy required 90.
I wonder if this pace is just a little bit too quick for both players.
42.
It's sometimes a
Dustin, you've required
misconception that
66.
all quick players like fast opponents. Another guy who likes double 18.
Game
Very,
shot
very
the
much.
second egg.
And this is
Dustin
all
Straver.
going according to plan to Dustin.
This is a cracking start for him, isn't it?
Third
Cracking
against Tommy
debut.
to throw first. Game on.
And that must fill him with confidence.
35.
It might be easy for us to say this, that Tommy's late call-up might have caught him a little bit cold.
42.
But he was playing in Aylesbury over the weekend in ADC darts, so he should be feeling pretty sharp.
87.
Yeah, it's hard to say how it affects the individual. You know, it can be a positive thing for some and a
82.
negative also for others. So it really all depends on how you approach the situation, I guess, at hand.
So far, not so good for Tommy.
100.
Dorset have got such a big footprint in darts these days, having a Premiership county team at the top of the tree.
86.
The likes of Ricky King. Scott Mitchell, of course, the England captain.
Who?
95.
Sorry, Scott. Only joking.
He's probably watching right now from his tractor.
83.
Or one of his calves is birthing.
That's a steady ton. Morris can't do anything about what Straver has left. You can't stop him from taking a 3-0 lead.
Require 82.
So 17 now for tops. Well, needed the double 3.
Tommy require 86.
You shouldn't have been on double 3, Dustin. You know it. Pay the piper.
70.
And the piper
Dustin,
didn't
you
bring
require 6.
what the Aussies would call an FPOS machine.
Well, go straight for it. That's awkward. He's having to move across the hockey to see his best line, but can't find it. So
16.
Tommy now a chance at double 8.
Eight. Dustin, you require.
Well,
6.
early jitters on the doubles. And Straver does find double 3. A very different leg there. Started with 2 18 darters, and that was a 24.
To throw first. Game on.
The standard in this one is not the same as the first 2 games of week number 1. But I don't think Dustin cares right now with a 3-0 lead.
Absolutely not. You know, all he'll be worried about is the result at the end of this match. And, you know, he's put himself in a very good position.
We have seen some people,
60,
and indeed some pairs in the last week, have a difficult start to a
35.
week. But if you can start with a victory, that will lift the pressure and allow you to play the best that you can for the rest of the day, knowing that you've already got a win in the bank.
Yeah, not only lifts the pressure, but also boosts your confidence as well, and
60.
You know, puts you in good stead for the rest of the week.
60.
If you're not a fast player and you're in a game like this, sometimes you've got to stop yourself. You've got to say, right, I'm taking 2 or 3 seconds because I'm getting dizzy.
Yeah, you can get caught up in the moment kind of thing,
30.
and
Dustin, you require 41.
it can affect your own throw.
Well, this is not a long match. And this match is over. Dustin Straver has started with a brilliant victory. 4 legs to 0 against the very experienced Tommy Morris. This is what he's just done. He maybe has had Tommy Morris just a little bit cold this morning, but that's a very, very steady display with 40% on the doubles, a maximum, a lot to like, as he gets 2 points and Tommy Morris doesn't. Round number 1 of Series 11 on day 1 of week 1 is now in the books. And we've seen wins for Jeff Smith, for David Evans and Dustin Straver, who has won 4-0 on debut. So many congratulations to him. But just like that, we go into round number 2 and we have these two very experienced individuals still looking for their first win. And one of them will get a victory in the next 10 to 20 minutes time. Mervyn played very well in his first game, but he was made to pay for 2 mismatched darts against the Silencer. But he's registered the biggest average of the day so far of 102.58. I wonder, Trina, if that's going to be beaten today. I sincerely hope it is.
Well, it's a good possibility. I mean, David Evans had a winning average of 101.3. So, yes, the way it started today, I can see that being beaten, yes.
But who could possibly do it? Eddie Gray averaged over 90 and only got 1 leg in round number 1.
Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
It's pretty easy for me to say that these guys are from the same generation, because the best that we've seen from Adrian Gray in steel tip darts was around about the time where Mervyn King was in the Premier League. But 15, 16, 17 years later, they're still doing it.
85.
So longevity is not just about Steve Beaton and Richie Burnett, who we have seen over the last few weeks. These guys have got longevity too.
Well, I remember Mervyn
83
winning the Gold Cup singles and pairs in 1995. Winning the pairs, obviously, with Peter Wright, Snakebite.
We're going to have to dig that photo out today.
100.
It is a corker.
Well, you definitely wouldn't recognise Peter Wright, would you?
Well, Mervyn looks barely recognisable back then too.
57.
More hair. In fact, both of them got more hair then.
I think that photograph should go in the Louvre. It's an incredible thing. They're both grasping one side of the Gold Cup Pairs trophy, which is a magnificent piece of silverware.
Indeed it is. Weighs a ton as well.
I'll have to trust you on that one. I never got my hands on that one.
Well, I didn't on the men's one, but I did on the ladies.
65.
Yeah, good use of the 25 there from Adrian. You'd much rather have 130 than 135. Well, how does he hit this 60 here? That's how. What a shot.
40.
Takes a slight deflection there on its way through, but yes, indeed, a very good shot. Needed the treble 20 there. So 72 left.
That is a beautiful throw from Adrian, but just like his previous match, it might be one too late.
Game shown the first.
And this time King does find double 10. It cost him his first game, but not the first leg of round number 2.
Second leg, it's Adrian to throw first. Game
on. Adrian is very
100.
similar to Steve Brown. Very, very busy in this sport. But Adrian's been owner of his own business for many years. He's been a brilliant carpet fitter.
180.
But he's playing darts these days and he gets other people to do the work for him.
Oh, fair play to him.
100.
He's actually responsible for the transportation and the fitting of soft-tip darts machines nationwide.
Oh, wow.
So if you see a darts live machine,
100.
Likelihood is Adrian has put it there. And if you've never played on a soft tip board like that, you've got to try it. It's so much fun. And if you need anybody to teach you how to play
60.
cricket on a dartboard, Adrian's your guy. It's a very complicated game, but Adrian is very good at it, and he's very well educated on it.
Well, I was going to say,
100.
I've never quite understood cricket. And it's a sort of game that you have to understand it as well to play it well.
Yep. And we've got 2 players here in Group A who could genuinely go for the title of World Cricket Champion.
57.
In Gray and
Moving
Jeff
to
Smith.
121.
That's worked out pretty well. And he's averaging high again. Nearly 100. Possibly the climax of leg 2.
81.
Mervyn King is,
Mervyn require 40.
I'm sure, feeling a little bit fatigued. But it's not being seen that way on the score sheet.
20. Adrian, you require 103.
So a chance now for Adrian at this 103. 83 left. Treble 17's the shot. Can't be found. So Mervyn will
87.
return for double 10.
Mervyn, you require 20.
Just got to be a bit more positive on this one. Maybe go a little bit higher. That'll work.
On the second leg. Mervyn
2-0 it is for the man who won week 9 in Series 10 in his debut week. Adrian's got a lot in his mind. Either that, there is a spider on the carpet. You know when there's a spider on the carpet and you can't take your eyes off it because you've got to go and get a glass and a bit of cardboard.
Well, I was going to say, has he found a mouse in the corner or something? But his eyesight wasn't moving that quick for it to justify a mouse, I don't think.
140.
Darts is a lonely sport. And whenever you're 2-0 down, you've got to have 3 or 4, even 10 seconds just to recompose yourself.
Yeah, it indeed is a lonely stage up there. Only you can put things right. You have no team around you to help you out.
Yeah, we're back to singles action this week. Last week was fun when it was pairs, but we are down to the classic Modus Super Series format now.
83. $140.
Well, finds 2 treble 20s there to leave himself a finish on 1-2-1. So Mervyn just looking to pressurise that.
He doesn't want to stay downstairs.
137.
What a fine choice.
Adrian Novak 121.
He just will not leave Adrian Gray alone. And we have another player who likes 51 first on 1-2-1. He will despise that dart. It's a good inch high.
So a chance now for Mervyn to take a 3-0 lead. Needs the treble 20 now for tops. Can't be done this time.
88. Adrian,
has he missed that treble 16 today?
Not yet. So 45 now. Just gets inside the 13 there. Double 16. And he takes it with his second dart and gets a leg on the board.
Yet again, Adrian is playing pretty well. He's got the better of the 2 averages, but he's still behind. This is Series 11. Now, if we can, go back to Series 1 for a moment.
100. 180.
As Adrian Gray somewhat rudely interrupts with a 180. If you can remember, and you're watching this on Pluto TV and you think to yourself, I'm the kind of person who was watching from the start, can you remember who won week 1 of Series 1? Now there's a teaser for you.
140.
Names on a postcard, please.
I wonder how many 9 darters we're going to get in Series 11. Series 10 yielded 2. And that was a 3rd for Conor Heenahan in this place and a 2nd for Jared Cole.
65.
Wasn't even that long ago that Jared got it. That was in week 12 of the previous series.
60.
Yeah, Jared's got a habit, hasn't he, of getting them here.
160.
Oh, so's Heenan as well.
Indeed. It's a nice habit to have. Just like 116 checkouts. We had one yesterday from a certain influencer
96.
who would go on to win with Peter Washuri.
Well, he will be back as Mervyn back on 180, so he'd love a 140 now. Moves across the hockey, finds one, and finds another. That's great darts there from Mervyn.
Adrian, you require 20.
Big time double 5 this. Oh, right in the corner.
Flag. Adrian Gray.
So he levels the match.
Fifth flag, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
Well, please forgive me for saying this, but that was just like a Bruno Guimaraes deflected shot in the top right corner against Chelsea.
Ouch.
137.
Adrian won't care. It was in. The dart, that is, not the Bruno Guimaraes goal.
55.
We did mention the ADC action at Aylesbury over the weekend, so we can't forget about the girls. They had a bit of a weekend as well. You were there, Trina.
I was indeed.
Yeah. Eleanor Cairns picking up the victory in WADC Event 5 against Dieter Hedman. Gemma Hayter winning the 6th and 8th events.
100.
Beating Angela Kirkwood and Jo Locke. But Jo Wood beat Gemma in the one in between in Event 7 on the Championship Tour. So valuable ranking points accrued ahead of the WADC and ADC Tour finals, which will take place here later in the season. If you get yourself in the top 8, you could be gracing the live lounge stage with a financial prize and a very nice trophy at the end of it, around about November time.
Mervyn, you've 126.
He's going for it.
101.
Well, he didn't have to.
He didn't, but he obviously fancied it, so... Why not?
60.
Why not, indeed? It would have given him a 12 darter. He just wants the leg, which he has.
On the 5th flag, Mervyn King.
Averaging 97.32 at this stage with 3 out of 9 on the doubles.
6th flag, it's Adrian to throw first. Game
Mervyn is playing at a very high level today. Adrian was gesticulating towards the board at the end of the previous leg, saying, "Get up."
180.
It seems to have worked.
Yeah, I've noticed that his darts are going underneath, which isn't too bad a thing for his, because his darts do tend to lie flat.
40.
But he can stack from there.
60.
He's just not finding it. It's millimetres away. Just not quite found the weight.
Well, these guys have not played each other for 5 years.
81.
The last time was in a Players' Championship event in Niederhausen, Germany during the pandemic. And the news for Gray is not great.
100.
Because the 8 games they've played in their careers, Mervyn has won 7 of them. Meaning that Adrian has not beaten Mervyn since 2008.
Oh, he won't be thankful you've reminded him of that.
Being a commentator, Trina, we bring these facts up,
85.
and you wouldn't believe how many people come up to us and say,
161.
why did you have to say that?
Why could you not point out this point instead of that point?
65.
The last time Adrian did beat Mervyn, it was in a tournament in the Netherlands where Adrian would lose to James Wade in the quarterfinals, and he lost to the eventual winner, so no shame in that.
Adrian require 96.
So 96 now for Adrian to level the match. Treble 20 found. Double 8.
80. Mervyn, you require 138.
Some people could say that this is a very East Anglian shot. Not this time.
58. Adrian, you require
We haven't gone the
60.
distance since King's first game today. Are we again? We might not
No
after
score.
all.
Mervyn, you require 80.
Well, he just slips it into the double 11. So a chance now for King to take out this 80. Goes for the 16s again, his favourite shot.
It's the bull.
32. Adrian, you
And if he
require
does miss a
60.
segment, it's usually low and right. It's happened again.
Having a word with himself there. So 48, 16
Game shown the
now.
sick flag. Adrian Gray.
It's not amusing that he did bust the
7
score in the
from
previous
final
visit.
leg. It's Mervyn to throw first.
But the second
Game
attempt at
on.
double 8 was so much further away from the double 11. He almost hit it on the wrong side to the south.
Almost overcompensated.
139.
So we do have a 3-3 tie at the moment. So all on this leg. King with the advantage.
140.
Throw in first. However, Gray right on his tail.
That third dart there for the 140. What an amazing deflection.
78.
And you're more likely to get that deflection with his angle of attack, where he's looking to stack the darts on top of each other. He can actually under-deliver a shot, and it can still hit. And it's happened just there.
140.
Yeah, nicely found. Right in the corner.
We are now staring in the face the possibility that Mervyn King could be averaging close to 100 for the day and has lost his first 2 matches.
105.
Sensible. The bull is no longer in play. Mervyn's been so patient in this game, but he might be about to lose out.
57. Adrian Novak 116.
Adrian has waited for his opportunity, and it's right in front of him now.
$41.
Well, went for the treble 20. Deflection into the 1. He will be back, though. It's King back on 184. Looking to pressurise.
92.
Well, Adrian on 76 in the previous turn. He did have other options apart from the treble 20. He decided to stay up top. He's now got 2 darts to win the match. Just needs 1.
Shot in the match. Adrian
And this is going to be a bitter pill to swallow for the King. He's played very well in his first couple of matches. I know that average was just a shy of 10 points less than the previous one, but my word, he will feel very aggrieved that he's lost 4 legs to 3 twice. But on this occasion, Adrian Gray with 92.86 and 4 out of 9 is good enough to get the 2 points on the board.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
We go from 2 players at the start of round 2 who failed to win in our first round today to 2 players that succeeded via very different routes. One person showed real class in winning by 4 legs to 3, and the other one dominated somewhat unexpectedly in the case of Dustin. Well, Jeff is all smiles once again. He's an impossibly friendly Canadian, but don't let that fool you. He is dynamite on the dartboard. Now, some news over the weekend from the Championship Darts Circuit, or CDC as it's known. They had some tournaments over in Niagara Falls, New York. And there were wins for Leonard Gates and for Sto Bunce, our very good friend.
130
who came to the Super Series last year. So congratulations to Leonard and to Sto. But to somebody who was in week 1 of the previous series, who lost in the final, Adam Savara, he won a qualifier yesterday for the New York Darts Masters, beating David Cameron in the final. So
100.
many congratulations to Adam. We hope we see him again soon.
Darts going on all over the world.
100.
You ever been to Niagara Falls, Trina?
I have. Beautiful place.
This looks beautiful.
140.
And those darts that Jeff is using here today, they have a bit of an
97.
ice blue effect on them.
130.
It's almost as if they're coated in Canadian ice wine. Yeah, if you think I'm telling porky pies,
58.
ice wine is harvested, or it's made from grapes that are harvested at -10 degrees.
100.
Where do you get your knowledge
172.
from?
Books. And hanging out with people like Jeff.
36.
He doesn't hit double 18 this
That's the
time.
required 78.
And Dustin is lurking.
So 20 now for Tops to take the first leg.
58.
Can't find it, so a
Thirty
chance
required,
now
36.
for Smith to take out this 36. Well, slips into the 4, so double 16 now.
4.
Can't be
That's the
found.
required 20.
That's a big mistake from Jeff.
Game shown
And
the
he's made
first leg.
to pay
Dustin
for it, that's for
Straver.
sure. In his first game,
Second
Dustin
is
averaged
Jeff to throw
81.24.
first.
Based on the information that we have about him, that's about what he does on the whole, which is pretty steady. But the company he's keeping this week,
140.
he's going to need to find a little bit more.
Yes, the stats do suggest that.
85.
But he started off well, winning his first match
121.
and in the lead in this.
45.
And Jeff is wearing quite the dart shirt today, isn't he? And he does have quite the collection because he's heavily involved in the designing of dart shirts for many players.
80.
I'm trying to figure out what it is on it. Is it a mushroom?
We'll have to ask him.
50. Jeff, you reckon 160.
It's somebody in a hood going shush.
The silencer. I get it now.
60.
It's clearly not a mushroom.
He's more of a lobster kind of guy.
100. Jeff, you require 100.
He's actually taken me to a lobster factory before. They don't make lobsters before anybody says anything. There you go. Ton plus check out.
Jeff
Second one of the day. That's his biggest strength.
Third leg, it's Dustin to throw first. Game on.
I had the chance to visit Jeff 6 years ago in Canada. And he'd shown me a photograph of when Darren Webster went there.
100.
Where Darren was holding a lobster about the size of, well, him. And then when I visited, he got me to hold something very similar, a 17-pound lobster.
96.
Wow. Didn't realise they grew so big.
Very, very heavy.
140.
One of the difficulties for Jeff over his career is
57.
that he has to take 2 flights everywhere. Imagine what it's like for John Henderson when he's in Huntly. He has to go to Aberdeen or Inverness,
60.
then onto a major airport and then onto another place from there. It's the same for Jeff, times about 5. Because he has to find his way to Montreal,
58.
or Toronto, or maybe in Halifax in Nova Scotia, and then fly to where he needs to go. If you don't like flying,
60.
and you live in New Brunswick, this is not the career for you, but Jeff has done brilliantly with the logistics over the years.
140. Dustin, you've got 141.
This is another one of those quick games. I'm surprised that Owen Binks hasn't had his tongue twisted yet.
150.
He's never stuck for words, though, is he? Owen.
Very true.
100. Dustin, you require 60.
So a chance now for Dustin to take out this double 8. Moves across.
Game
finds it with his second
further.
dart.
Dustin
Goes
Straver.
2-1 ahead in this match.
He's not having to find that next level yet.
Full flag is Jeff to throw first.
It's still good enough for a 2-1 lead, averaging low 80s. That's the luxury of having the darts.
100.
If you can force your opponent into having to get that 5-visit break, or better, that's a good thing. That's exactly what Dustin's doing right now. He's playing darts at a 6-visit level. But if Jeff does not get a break of throw in what looks like 5 visits or better in this match, he will lose.
45.
Yeah, and Jeff's game in this one isn't as good as his first game against Mervyn King,
93.
where he won 4-3. So not to the standard
85.
of that fantastic first game.
He's looking for a 171 here. He's very adept at using different routes around the dartboard.
58.
He's won tournaments all over the world. World Cup singles champion in Japan. He's won big soft tip events in the United States.
Jeff, you require 153.
Recent winner of a ranking tournament in Halifax, Nova Scotia. David Cameron's backyard.
65.
Well, Jeff way ahead in this leg.
54. Jeff, you require 88.
Dustin not finding anything substantial there to put the threat.
48.
Now that's what you do. When you've got such a big lead, just don't panic. Lay up for whatever you want.
140.
Don't leave yourself
Require
cornered.
40.
Leave yourself on a primary double. And it works a
Games on the
treat.
full flag. Jeff Smith.
Yeah, and Jeff levels up the match at 2 apiece.
Fifth flag gets Dustin to throw first. Game.
Well, this is the ideal time to say congratulations, Trina, because we know you've been included in the 2026 Seniors World Championship.
60.
So many congratulations on that.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
Jeff is 49. And in November, he'll be 50.
140.
Now, he's not got a tour card at this point in time. I don't know what he wants to do in 2026.
60.
But when he's 50, obviously he's eligible now. But if Jeff Smith is in that tournament, he will be a monstrous threat.
60.
I just wonder if he wants to go for it.
Yes, indeed he would be. But, yeah, all depends
90.
on his line of thought, I guess.
Well, he's played at the Palace. He's been a finalist at Lakeside. Why not have a crack at the other one? John Part won at all 3.
$140.
Yeah, just a couple of months back, Jeff won the Halifax Open, beating Dwayne La Violette in the final. I hope I said that right, Dwayne. I apologise if I didn't.
47.
Beautiful
Dustin,
name.
you require 151.
So the shot's on. It's not now.
97.
But he will be back.
Yeah, Jeff's in a bit of trouble in this game.
85.
He might need a couple of mistakes from Dustin.
The top sen. Double 10. Oh,
No
slips
score.
into the double
Jeff
15.
McGuire, 86.
So a chance now for Jeff to break the throw.
And it doesn't need to be 5 visits either.
Game shot
Clinical.
the fifth leg.
Or should we
Jeff
say,
Smith.
silence? Because he's just killed it.
Sixth leg is Jeff to throw first. Game on.
You don't call him the silencer for nothing. Some nicknames are born from reputation.
140.
I will forever remember the first day I ever met Jeff. I strolled
60.
into the Hilton Hotel in London, Ontario, in the form of my life, thinking everyone's going to get this today. And I draw Jay Smith first round,
140.
and he took me to pieces. I walked away saying, "Who was that?"
140.
And I've been friends with him ever since. He absolutely grated me. Like soft cheese.
96.
Wow.
41.
That's happened to many a player, you know, when it's, you know, you're walking all confident and then you get hammered off the board.
Just like Dustin might. Because that one's over. And that's how he does it.
Jeff Smith
Finishes with a 12 darter. And that is how you finish a match off. He was in real trouble. He could have been staring at 3-2 down. But then Smith gets his opportunity to get the break of throw and then says, right, I've had enough of this. Let's get rid of this match. He was the better player. Averages just shy of 91.5 with 4 out of 9 on the doubles. But the 1-2-5 check out wins him the match and puts him onto 4 points at the top of the table after 2 rounds.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
McGuire,
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back. Game number 6, imminent now. And we did say that Jeff Smith is top of the table. But round 2 isn't over yet because David Evans has still got a chance of toppling Jeff at the top if he can beat Tommy Morris, who is hoping for a better result here than his first game of the day, which was well below his best. He's had about 40 minutes to try and put it right. And now
Game on.
we see him come back to take on Stretch, who was rather impressive in round number 1, averaging 101.3. A little bit more of that.
96.
And you would fancy that 4 points will be his yield after 2 rounds of play.
100.
Yeah, great start there from David Evans and in his first match. Taking out a 117 finish in that as well. So looking good for him.
Hasn't been that much of a turnaround for Evans when it comes to him being here the last time. He was here in Champions Week. And of course, he did win in week number 11 in the previous series. So, played here a week, didn't play here a week, then played another week, then he's had a couple of weeks off, now he's back. So he's been to Portsmouth 3 times in 6 weeks.
140.
Yeah, well, apparently his medal hangs over the fireplace.
Just don't melt it.
He
doesn't melt there.
161.
That's solid.
45. David, it requires 66.
I'm convinced that Tommy Morris is getting faster. Double 18.
Game shot.
And Evans might be getting better.
David Evans. Second leg is Tommy to throw first.
One thing that you can't really doubt when it comes to David Evans is just what he can do week in, week out. When he played
97.
At the start of this project from home in 2020, he was the best player. With Richie Edhouse, they were the 2 that stood out.
125.
Week in, week out, playing against Dave, it was hard. He was always on a high level.
100.
It's taken him a bit of time to get used to playing in Portsmouth and to become a winner, but now that he's doing that, 2025 could be a massive year for him here.
96.
The same way it was for Jimmy Van Schie in 2024, as he picked up 3 weekly titles.
140.
And nobody's ever going to do what Steve West did in 2023. No one's going to pick up 4. That will just not happen again.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive, wasn't it?
85. Tommy, record 164. $60.
I just get the feeling that Tommy's having a battle with himself internally right now.
Yeah, he's not happy with himself, is he? He's not, like you say, he's not found the form that he's used to. But does have a chance here.
Well, you might think that's a massive miss, but that single for him was not simple.
64.
The way his darts sit in the board, they're almost sideways. So his flight was covering the single. We'll get a little bit of a look at that
44.
throughout the course of the day.
40.
But he just wants to hit tops here to level up.
Game
That'll
shot
work.
Second leg, Tommy Morris.
Some people can hide their emotions. Tommy can't.
Well, that's his first leg on the board for today.
Game.
And surely that must give him a bit more of a confidence boost.
It doesn't matter how much experience you've got.
100.
You still want to get that first leg on the board for the day, even if it takes you a couple of rounds.
And it seems to be giving him that confidence boost and that buzz that he needs to produce darts like that.
He's got lofty ambitions. A lot of players that come here do have aspirations
100.
of making the Pro Tour or being successful elsewhere. There's nothing wrong with that.
43.
But in order to be successful elsewhere, being successful here will help. So don't think about the future when you're here. Think about the now.
125. $100.
However, in saying that, this is a great stepping stone for everybody to move their game forward. It's giving you the opportunity to play on a stage.
$96.
To play on a great atmosphere on a Saturday evening.
140.
Yeah, Evans knows all about that. Playing Steve Beaton in a final just a few weeks ago. Imagine what that felt like.
Game shown the third.
Imagine what a 2-1 lead
David
feels
Evans.
like. Ask him. He knows he's got one.
Fourth leg, it's Tommy to throw
And
first.
this week might just be a confidence rebuilding aspect for Evans.
140.
Making the Champions Week at the end of April was a big deal. Since then, however, he went to the Challenge Tour, played 5 tournaments and only won 1 game.
100.
But he did get some pretty nasty first round draws. Now, get a load of these. First tournament, first game, he's got Jimmy Bristow, and you think, okay, you can handle that. And he did win. He would lose in his next game.
100.
He lost out to our good old friend Martin Thomas from South Wales. Well, mid-Wales. But then, in the next 4 events, these would be his first round draws. Stefan Belmo, one of the best players on the Challenge Tour.
Ouch.
Ron Meulenkamp of the Netherlands. Andy Hamilton and Bo Greaves.
Ouch, ouch. On that one.
57.
Yeah, fair to say the draws were not kind to Evans, but his highest average in those 4 games was 81.4. So he didn't really help himself.
Yeah, not the standard that he's used to producing.
I've seen him average 113.
It's got a lovely throw as well, I think.
Yeah, it's so fluid.
100.
Yeah.
Tommy 151. $85. David, you require 144.
Oh, this really would hurt if Evans were to find this. It would be the biggest finish of the day.
$60.
So not to be this
Tommy
time.
requires
So
66.
Morris, a chance. The 66 goes into, well, finds it. The 30 for double 18.
Game
Finds it
shown
with
the
his third
fourth leg.
dart and
Tommy
goes
Morris.
to 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first.
Evans is getting the better of the legs here. He's had a 15 and a 13. Morris has had a 16 and an 18, so he's protected his throw quite well. They're both in the mid-90s here. It's a good
59.
tussle. But the way that Morris has been behaving, if he misses a segment here, it looks like he wants to rattle the cage a little bit. There's an awful lot of movement on that third dart. It's like he's been hanging out with Richie Burnett.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, a little bit of a kick On his third dart.
100.
Yeah, do yourself a favour, Dave. Stand well clear.
Get your cricket pads out, as he does play a lot of cricket, does David.
Oh, does he?
He does. Big cricket fan.
Well, Lancashire have got such a rich history for cricket. The likes of former England captain Michael Atherton.
180.
And that score's just been hit for 6.
49.
Any idea if he's a bowler or a batsman?
I don't, but I can find out.
I would imagine he's a bowler because some of the greatest bowlers of all time have been really tall. People like Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh.
100.
And Devon Malcolm. Fast. Somewhat erratic sometimes, but very effective.
He may be an all-rounder. Who knows?
David, you require 62.
Danielle, if you're listening, his wife, please text me.
Double 16. He's looking for the boundary on 8s.
46.
That's okay. That's a no ball.
100.
As long as the next one
David,
hits the
you require
stumps.
16.
So double 8. Wow. He's having to move across the hockey. Covering that well with that second dart. And
No
deflects
score.
off the second dart.
Tommy
And
Require,
out
92.
of the board.
Speaking of out of the board,
38.
that's what Tommy's just done.
David, you require 60.
Trying to get 2 double 18s to take a 3-2 advantage. Well, this is becoming a problem now. The only way he hits is if he hits the top. Incredible.
Game shot on the fifth
Great
leg.
shot. Pure shot.
David Evans.
And he takes the lead.
Yeah, moves across
Sixth
the
leg,
hockey
it's
there.
Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Gets a look at it. And finds it.
85.
And one of the most famous all-rounders, of course, came from Lancashire. A certain Freddie Flintoff.
Who's now doing the bullseye.
100.
Indeed. I believe he's from Preston as well.
He is. He is from Preston.
95.
Perhaps they hang out together.
Preston's a great town. There's some great suburbs. Places like Bamber Bridge, Whittle the Woods.
140.
You go a little bit past Preston and you're on your way to Blackpool.
81.
I'm sure you've got ambitions of getting to Blackpool in the summer.
I have, but it's looking unlikely for me, I have to say. But yes, I would love to be there.
60.
One way or the other, I will be.
Always nice to hear.
180.
Always nice to hear that as well. That is the 4th time we've heard that call in this game. Now, the last 4 games have all
60.
been won
Tommy
against the
requires 60.
darts. Tommy's looking to keep that trend alive.
40. David, you require 141.
So a chance now for David. Treble 20 is the target. He finds it. Treble 19. Well, finds the treble 10 with his last start to leave himself 32. But will he get a chance? As Tommy needs 20. And he finds it with his first start and levels the match. Another deciding leg
7th and final leg. It's David to throw first.
of today.
Game on.
At the start of the show, we outlined the fact that Jeff Smith, Gary Stone, and Mervyn King
140.
were the 3 tied favourites to win the week. If Tommy Morris wins this leg Mervyn King will be bottom of the table
100.
after 2 rounds.
Yeah, such is darts. And there's them fine lines you talk about.
60.
Just plain weird.
60.
Averaging around 96 for the day, and he could be bottom. But that's what this format is all about. The fluctuations, the ups and downs, and how you manage them.
And the consistency that you so long for.
100.
Oh, there was another kick there from Tommy, but it was a good one. Great composure here from Dave. He wants to leave 101.
100.
He'll get another crack at the 141.
100. David, you require 141.
Thomas Morris, why didn't you go for the bullseye with your last start there? Does it matter? Now it matters. He's got a 3-darter instead of a 2-darter.
109. Tommy, you require 101.
Well, it's still on. Needs the treble 20 though. Finds it. So double 18 then for the match.
This is huge.
83. David, you require 32.
Fair to say, I don't think he liked that one. He might not like this either. It needs to be another miracle shot from Evans.
Can he find it over the top? He does. What a shot there from David Evans.
David Evans
takes a 4-3 victory over Tommy Morris. What a game.
Yeah, that was really hard work for Dave Evans. He enjoyed the result. It was workmanlike to say the least. And David Evans is going to join Jeff Smith at the top of the table on 4 points. But with a superior leg difference, it means he is at the top on his own on +4 with 4 points after that 4-3 victory against Tommy Morris. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, the start of Series 11, and this is what we've seen in the first couple of rounds today. Smith getting off to a flyer against Mervyn King, and Adrian Gray having a bit of both. He suffered a defeat, beg your pardon, to David Evans, and then was able to get over Mervyn King in the fourth game of the day. So he's on 2 points alongside Dustin Straver. As for Mervyn King, though, he's at the foot of the table on 0 points. He currently is on -2 leg difference. Apologies for that graphic there. It is slightly inaccurate. But Jeff Smith on 4 points with David Evans. Mervyn King at the foot of the table. And he would like to put that right here against Dustin Straver before he finds himself, Trina, on 3 games without a victory.
Yes, and you wouldn't have predicted that score line at all. And he hasn't played badly either. He's played well, and he's just been a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. He's averaged 102.58 against Jeff Smith. Lost that 4-3, but he did have 2 match darts. Then, against Adrian Gray, 91.53. And that still wasn't good enough to get the victory against the very experienced man from East Sussex. So this time he takes on the debutant to see if he can topple him. Game 7 of 15. And surely this time the King will be victorious. But he won't panic. Plenty of people have started Group A with 2 defeats and still gone on to win it.
Game on.
So maybe he can do just that.
Well, and also you've got the fact that, the winner of Group A
52
doesn't necessarily win the Saturday evening.
He knows that more than most.
60.
Because when he was here in week 9 of Series 10, he was second in Group A. He would then have to win Group B to find his way to Saturday. And then he was victorious. He lost Group A to a certain Jamie Atkins
55.
in a shootout match in the final round on Wednesday.
Well, Jamie's local to me. I've known Jamie since he was about 8 years old, I think. Actually throws in my darts.
34.
Yes, he does. Yeah, we were talking about that the last time he was here. That's a nice compliment, isn't it? Someone throwing your equipment.
I did force him upon him. I gave him a set when he was young.
And Mervyn's having a very good season so far, even though he did lose his tour privileges at the start of this year. He has found himself in a lot of different new rooms. Challenge Tour here.
140.
He went to the Circus Tavern to the World Seniors. It wasn't successful for him, but it was a new venture. He's looking at the ball.
103. That's the new record. 146.
146. Not to be this time. Looking to set it up.
95. Mervyn, you require 25.
So 25 now then for Mervyn. Finds the 9. So 88 to take the first leg of the match. And he does so.
Mervyn King.
Yeah, nice and steady. Apologies for this break in play. Not really sure what's going on, but obviously Owen Binks is on a bit of a venture to see what the trouble is. We are hopeful that he's going to make a return because we can't go on without a referee. And the referee has returned. So apologies for that. We will now continue with leg number 2 with a King 1-0 lead. Now, on the Challenge Tour, Mervyn King has had a pretty good start to the season.
95.
He won Challenge Tour Event 11, beating Henry Coates in the final, slightly younger than he is. Beat the likes of Ted Evans,
59.
Arno Merck, Sam Spivey as well, someone who he came up against in the Champions Week here at the end of April.
100.
He would actually beat Sam Spivey again en route to being the runner-up of Challenge Tour 15, where he lost out to Jack Tweddle. Well, just to give you an indication as to how difficult Challenge Tour darts is now,
140.
these are the people that he went through to make that final. Dave Pallett.
133.
Eddie Lovely. Sam Spivey, Shane McGurk, Nathan Girvan, and then lost out to Jack Tweddle. If you want to tell a tale about strength and depth,
56.
Just look at that lineup.
It's right there, isn't it?
There you've got the WDF champ of the world. You've got one of the best young players in the world in Nathan Girvan. You've got Sam Spivey, who really has made waves over the last few months here.
95. Dustin, you require.
And Mervyn is still beating them.
Game show on the second leg.
But he hasn't beaten Straver in that leg. That's a great 13 darter.
Third leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game.
2 averages at the minute. Dustin 101.89 after that 13 dart leg.
Well, Trina, you know a thing or two about having the best average of a county weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not just talking about the ladies. You once had the greatest average of any county player in a month, and you received the £200 bonus. Have you ever heard the story about Mervyn's best ever county game?
I don't think I have. Please tell.
He was playing for Humberside, and he averaged over 40 per dart.
Wow.
So over 120 to win a county game. It was about 23 years ago. He did not get the £200 bonus because Peter Johns of Wales had an average close to 128.
Oh my God.
97.
Wow.
I still remember that. It was astonishing.
I can't remember that at all.
43.
We'll dig out the Darts World magazine
Yes, let's.
from back then because I'm sure we've got some copies around here somewhere.
So the shot's on. Always going to go for the treble 16 there. Leaves himself 32.
Yeah, what an opportunity this is for Dustin.
60. Mervyn, you require 32.
He was probably thinking it as little as 6 months ago. Where would I ever play Mervyn King? Well, it's real. Just a little shuffle. Oh,
no
it's
score.
a double really.
Hit the same spot twice. You're too good, Merv.
Yeah, he doesn't want to miss it again. Oh, well, there's one brave cookie doing that against Mervyn on a Monday morning. It doesn't work, though.
On the third leg, Mervyn King.
Somebody trying a blind 180 against Mervyn King. Now, there is something I wouldn't have thought of.
First. Game on.
You know what he's saying, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Really? He's in it this time. It's amazing what happens when you keep your eyes on the treble 3 times. Yeah, Ollie Howard did that yesterday as well in our influencer tournament.
95.
They say it's a no-look 180,
100.
but you are looking. You're just turning away at the very last millisecond. It's a bit of a trick of the eye.
Looking out the corner of your eye.
Absolutely. Dart players have got very good peripheral vision.
140.
Well, like rabbits.
85.
Plenty of carrots.
Now, Mervin's got to be using the 19s here at some point. Yeah, that's worked out really well.
Dusty of 136.
Yeah, leaves himself a 170. Should he get the chance? He will.
96. Mervyn, you require 170.
Biggest check out of the day so far is 125. Maybe not anymore. Not anymore. The man who likes fishing has just landed a carp.
Fifth leg, it's Mervyn to throw first.
Reels in the big fish.
Game on.
Superb. And that's the kind of thing he has to find to maybe get his first victory of the day.
Like I say, he's not playing bad. He's just been unfortunate.
140.
Yeah, just showing a bit of patience here as Mervyn.
140.
Even when he was at his ultimate peak, he wasn't even the most famous Mervyn King in the world. Because he shares his name with the former governor of the Bank of England.
99.
It's not even a common name.
57.
How many Mervyns do you know, Trina?
1. And that's him. Yeah. No, like you say, it's not a common name at all.
56.
Yeah, bring it back. Make Mervyn great again. You know, they say if
60.
Parents stop calling their sons Gary, there might not be any Garys left in the world post 2050. Yeah, bring back the old names.
174.
Super darts there from Merv. Leaves himself 32.
He has genuinely ticked every box in this game.
32.
Every stat that we keep for a match, he's got something from it. The only thing missing is a win.
16.
And he hasn't got that quite yet.
However, he will be back for another shot at that 88.
140.
Dustin does put the pressure on though with that 140. So 88 now then for Mervyn. To take his first win of the day.
Mervyn King.
4-1 victory there over Dustin Straver.
Wonderful performance. Averaging 96.74. He's still having a bit of a discussion with the referee about what was happening post leg 1. But we're glad that it was addressed, and it feels as if it didn't dent anything to do with Mervyn King in that one, because the 170 finish, he got himself a 180 and something from every column, including the victory by 4 legs to 1 to put himself on 2 points at the start of round 3.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lava!
beautiful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we are being treated today to some very impressive numbers. Think about Dustin Straver just now, who has just lost 4-1, averaging 99.3. That might be one of the best averages he's ever registered. And it wasn't good enough, because Mervyn King with a 170 checkout and an average close to 97 was just too good with the darts. Now we turn our attention to two people who have had contrasting days. Adrian has withstood
First leg, it's Adrian
in his first couple of matches, picking up a victory. But Tommy Morris, who didn't get off to a great start, played much better in his second game, but still walked away without a victory.
97.
And if there is one game today that proves just how good things have been, Tommy Morris lost to David Evans, averaging 91.99 with 2 maximums and 50% on the doubles. It was not good enough, so he needs to find another level.
125. $57.
I'm sure you can all see how quick Tommy is. Adrian is not a fast player. He's your middle ground pace.
140.
Yeah, he's definitely not slow. Like you say, middle of the road.
140. Adrian Jerick, 139.
You can get dizzy watching Tommy.
Yeah, quite easily.
$59. Tommy require
Could be
124.
making Adrian feel dizzy if he finds 124, which he won't.
96.
He got there eventually.
Adrian, you require 80.
Adrian, a chance now to take the first leg. 80 required. So 20 now for tops.
60.
Can't find it, and that was quite a low dart.
Tommy required 28.
Yeah, it really was a bad one from Adrian.
Game
Here's
shot
the price for it as well.
Tommy Morris.
Never a good sign that when you're on 80 or 60, your shot at tops is lower than the single you've already hit.
Game.
In your experienced career,
37.
Trina, who's the fastest lady player that you've ever come across on tour?
I think it's either Lisa Ashton or Rhiannon Griffiths. Edwards.
49.
Oh, crikey. O'Sullivan. I got there in the end.
Yeah, Rhianna's very fast.
100.
As is Lisa. And they have something in common, of course. They're both Women's Week champions. And I suppose the antithesis of that is Kirsi Venikainen, who is a little bit more deliberate.
60.
Yeah, totally different. And yeah, it's quite difficult when you're a fast thrower, which I don't consider myself a fast thrower, but I can get caught up in the moment, if you like, if I'm playing a fast player. But when you play against a slower player, it's if you're a fast player, I think it can affect you.
100.
Yeah, I think Adrian is trying to temper this game quite cleverly here. He is standing well outside the exclusion zone.
136.
And he's not entering it until Tommy's finished, which means he can play at his own pace. And Adrian knows a thing or two about playing slower players.
60. Tommy
When
requires
he's played as
68.
much soft tip as he has, he's come up against some very slow guys. But there's nothing
Game
slow
on the
about that.
second leg.
Morris is motoring.
Tommy Morris.
2-0.
Third leg is Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Well, I'm starting to think that the guy that played in round one is an imposter. He averaged just shy of 71. Now he's averaging 107.
60.
Clearly warming up.
$140.
Clearly, Tommy guns need to be a little bit revved before they can perform at their best.
60.
Adrian is very uncomfortable in this game. He's scraping around for a bit of a rhythm.
100.
And Morris is mauling him.
Yeah, very solid performance here from Tommy.
Adrian too played at the recent Challenge Tour events. His best run was a top 32. Lost out to Ron Meulenkamp
60.
after beating former European Cup singles champion Jacques Larbe of France, who we have seen here at the Live Lounge over the last year or two. And we saw Jacques
60.
very recently at the international pairs for France.
61.
Now, is this a wise move from Gray? He's just taking an extra look at the monitor here to survey the situation. If he's feeling a little bit dizzy because of Tommy's pace, he's just looked up for the first time and realised, I'm 2-0 down.
60.
And I could be 3-0 down.
Tommy require 140.
Yeah, he's just throwing low at the moment.
100.
Struggling to reach the treble 20.
61.
But he does have a chance at this 161. But there again is the low dart, followed by another one.
65. Tommy require 40.
We'll keep an eye on that. If it keeps happening, he's in bother. He's very much in bother.
Leg. Tommy Morris.
That is a double break and a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Adrian is trying to sing a different hymn to the darts.
100.
Just a question of whether they're going to be singing from the same hymn sheet now.
Or manages to put his first dart over the treble 20. That's better from him.
I've just had a bit of a brainwave.
76.
Another one.
Aidy Gray is eligible for seniors next year. How did that happen? It wasn't that long ago he was wearing his collar up with spiky hair and fancy facial hair, and he was seen as one of the kids of the tour. Now he's eligible for seniors.
It's scary, isn't it?
It doesn't matter how old he is. He'll still be a cool cat. He's one of the nicest guys around. And he had cool sleeve tattoos well before they were cool.
81.
But he's not feeling very cool at the minute.
No, he's clearly struggling.
47.
It's a bit dejected.
I've seen people win from this position before. You just got to gradually build something. And there it is again. On an old quad board, that's 80 points.
100.
Well, manages to find the treble with his last dart there, so he did recover.
60. Adrian, you require 80.
So 80 now then for Adrian.
Just don't hit the quad. Well, nothing seems to have gone right. And now he has to face a match point.
28. Tommy, you require 158.
This is unlikely, but it would be fireworks.
130.
Well, leaves it very handy.
Adrian,
Leaves himself 24 and really puts the pressure on Adrian now to take this 52 out. Finds the big 5.
He's only going to get one dart to save the match.
34.
And that's happened way too much in this game.
Tommy, you require
And the end
24.
of this game could be right now. This is difficult.
12.
Really difficult for the way his darts sit in the board.
18.
So a chance now then for Adrian to put things right in this leg.
He's given it the old pull limb ghost dart. It works.
On the 4 flag. Adrian Gray.
And the ironic celebration as well.
5th leg, it's Adrian to throw first.
Touch of sarcasm for himself there, I think.
Well, if you can't laugh, you'd cry. Darts can be a mean mistress sometimes.
It can when things aren't going right and you don't know how to correct things. It's very frustrating.
180.
Yeah, it's a good point, Trina, because when you're working on something with your game, you're happy to take a few hits along the way. But if you're playing competitively and you don't know what's wrong, that is a lonely place.
Yeah, indeed it is, and it's, like I said, so frustrating when you're thinking how you're holding the dart. You know, are you releasing it too late? There's so many elements of what can go wrong. It's hard to pinpoint things.
60. $85.
We know that
Adrian
Morris
167.
is looking at 96 for the match if Adrian doesn't take this out.
To treble 19.
99. Tommy
96 now then for Tommy for the match.
How many doubles does he need? It turns out he doesn't get a shot at any of them.
13.
Unlucky for some.
Requires 68.
Are things changing? Big dart. He knows it. To get back into this match, to put the pressure back on Tommy. That is a special shot.
Adrian Gray.
And somebody's demeanour is changing by the minute.
Siegberg, it's Tommy to throw first.
This could have been done and dusted by 4-0, and now we've got a game on our hands.
139.
Tommy rattles in. 139 points there. A slip there for Adrian.
On the stat sheet, this game is fascinating because there's 16 points between them. Morris averaging about
82.
96. Just a little bit less after that last dart. Adrian just shy of 80. And he's clinging on with his fingernails.
$95. $132.
Time might be running out now, though. This could be a gap that Adrian can't close.
$100.
He knows that's not enough.
148.
If Morris doesn't win this game 4-2, he will be flabbergasted.
100.
And of course, every leg counts. When it comes down to the nitty-gritty, that one leg that you've lost might make all the difference.
Require 48.
Double 16.
60.
Not just yet, but there is another visit guaranteed. And Morris could indeed take himself off the foot of the table with a 4-2 win.
60. Tommy
and he could put
32.
Adrian bottom. Double 8.
Good.
Finally, Tommy Morris is up and running.
Tommy Morris.
That means that everybody's got points now. As we go into game number 9, the end of round number 3, everyone has points, at least one win. And in the end, Adrian Gray could not close the gap of the averages, which in the end is around about 12 points. So Tommy with a fair victory there, with 4 out of 11 on the doubles and an average just shy of 92, winning by 4-2.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
So moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the jockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
A little bit of a roller coaster today in the live lounge as things start to heat up in Portsmouth. But you've got two players on the stage right now who have had pretty good days so far. 2 wins from 2 to them both. And one of them is about to be 3 wins from 3, making Monday a very happy one so far. Bob Geldof once said he didn't like Mondays. Well, these guys do so far. Interesting times ahead as you try and build a total for the first day of 3 so you can possibly win Group A on Wednesday afternoon and then have a glorious Thursday and Friday off ahead of a Saturday night guaranteed in Portsmouth in front of fans.
First leg, it's Jeff to throw first.
And I do believe
Game
Thursday
on.
and Friday weather is going to be good. So they could be sunning themselves on the beach. Ice cream in hand.
Well, ice cream is definitely what you want on Thursdays and Fridays.
83.
Sunbathing on a pebble beach in Portsmouth wouldn't be very comfortable.
Depends how brave you are, I guess.
119.
Compared to some of the places that Jeff frequents when he takes the ferry to some of the lovely isolated
60.
spots around where he lives, I'd have to go with Canada. He once took me to a spot where we boiled up some lobsters.
80.
And he said, "You see that over there?" I said, "Yes, Jeff." He said, "That's the United States. Just over the water." And the thing that was going
45.
by was a whale.
Wow.
And at that point, I'm thinking to myself, yep,
162.
you're not in Portsmouth anymore.
You're going to move to Canada then?
I wouldn't be surprised if I did someday.
57.
Well, with shots like 162 to leave 140, who knows what's possible for Evans?
88.
He's got off to a flyer here.
$100. David,
So 52 required for David. Thompson to take a 1-0 lead. 10s, double 10.
42.
Can't find
Jeff
it, so
require 156.
Jeff got a chance at this 156.
Does like double 18. Doesn't get a look at it.
140. David, you
Boy, did he
require
get rid of
10.
that third dart quickly.
So double 2.
8.
And he can't find it either, so
Jeff, you require 16.
double 8 then for Jeff.
Game
Takes
shot
it with
on
his
the
first
then.
start.
Jeff Smith.
And takes the lead in this match.
That leg is
So
one of the
it's
reasons why
David to
people
throw
love darts.
first. Game on.
Because if you're a neutral viewer and you're not in Team Smith or Team Evans, and you want to watch a game and wonder what is possible.
58.
At one point, Evans was cruising. And within 60 seconds, the leg is taken by Smith. There are no guarantees in darts until you hit the final shot. That's why people love it.
Yeah, correct. Anything is possible. Then few missed starts at the doubles. There from
6.
David cost him.
And it's the psychological differences now that feed into leg number 2. There's the snarl. The Smith snarl. I don't even think he knows he's doing it. But we see you, Jeff.
Probably not. There's a lot of players that have their moments with facial expressions.
Yes, one of our influencer friends, Charlie Murphy, he's a pouter.
46.
When he throws his darts, it's like he's posing for an Instagram photo.
Yes, I think I've seen him do that.
I don't get that. I might be old school, but what's pouting about?
35.
I don't
Jeff,
know.
you require 135.
I like a snarl, though. We're not going to see one here.
99.
Well, we are going to see a perfect setup.
David way back on 305, looking to punish.
126. Jeff, you require 36.
He's done it again. He did this earlier.
Game shot on the
He
second.
takes it out.
Jeff Smith.
There is such a thing as a serendipitous single 4.
Third leg is Jeff to throw first. Game on.
Well, makes a mistake, but corrects it with his next dart, so recovers well and takes the 2-0 lead.
60.
Oh, by the way, Danielle's got back to me, David's wife. He's a bowler in the cricket.
Now, usually, based on
59.
what a lot of people know about cricketers, fast bowlers tend to be tall. Spin bowlers, not so much.
100.
So I'm presuming that David is a fast bowler. Now, if he is, people who are as tall as he is have to look after their knees.
60.
Imagine the impact of bearing down on the crease and bowling 22 yards away.
Yeah, absolutely.
100.
It's the impact of planting that front leg, which for David will be his left leg, and then when he follows through with the ball, he'll have to plant his right leg. Those bowlers' knees take a hammering.
96.
Jeff doesn't like cricket. The sport cricket, anyway. He likes the
97.
darting version of it. But he's more of a hockey fan. He's a big Edmonton Oilers fan.
Is that ice hockey?
Indeed.
Ah.
So when you see people crashing into the boards and things like that,
100.
he doesn't mind a bit of that.
Yeah, they're always fighting.
Should we do that this week?
What, fight?
Not you and I, because I would lose.
128.
I have to get the dart players to throw the gloves and the stick on the floor and say, right, get Owen in the middle, and when somebody hits the floor, fight's over.
90. Jeff, you
Poor
require
old
16.
Owen.
Game shot on the
Poor
third.
David. He's 3-0 down.
Jeff Smith.
Yeah, David not
Full leg,
quite
it's David to
producing
throw
the
first. Game on.
darts that he has in the previous matches. And he averaging 76 in this game.
Yeah, Jeff with a very dependable 92.
100.
The only thing he hasn't done in this game is a ton plus checkout, and he might be saving that for the end, the same way that he did in his game against
60.
Dustin Straver. That's more like it.
180.
I would say that's a corker, but in his speak, that's a Yorker.
Yes, it is indeed, isn't it? Yeah.
57.
If you're not into cricket, a Yorker is where the ball is pitched right up to the stumps. And it's a very difficult ball to defend.
100.
Yes, I get that. I used to play cricket, actually.
Lovely sport to play when it's sunny outside.
94.
Just make sure you got some zinc on your nose and some suntan lotion on your neck, otherwise you'll get burnt. Well, there goes the 21.
41.
Remember leg 1? Evans was in the distance and he was thinking, it's my leg. Well, it's not over yet.
Well, he won't want to be making that mistake again. So treble 20, the shot. 20 then for tops. Having to move across.
60.
Can't find it.
Evans is now 0 from 5 on the doubles. So he won't have a great deal of confidence on this double 10, but he wants to get rid of it. And he should. And because he doesn't, it means that Smith will have a chance to win this 4-0, to be top of the table on his own after 3 rounds of play.
38.
Not quite deadly enough.
Ready to require 5.
So 1 now for double 2 to get a leg on the board. And he finds it with his second dart and saves a 4-0 defeat.
5th leg is Jeff to throw first. Game on.
Got to be honest, I didn't expect Jeff Smith to miss that double 18. He leaves it so often because he's so good at it.
95.
Former North American champion. We could be here all day talking about the things he's won.
134.
But I would be very keen to know what he feels his biggest achievement is. Obviously, he's made a Lakeside
45.
final. He lost out to Scott Waits. But he's won the North American Championship twice, 5 years apart. He's won the World Cup pairs
60.
and the World Cup singles. You know about that, Trina.
Yep.
His career is one of brilliance
89.
wherever he's gone.
Well, the World Cup is always a special one, I think, because you're wearing the shirt of your country. And
100.
So I'm sure he puts that high on his list.
Do you know what I would put high on his list?
64.
And everybody knows that the commentators here at the Modus Super Series love an oddly named tournament. How about when Jeff was in 2016, he played a tournament on Prince Edward Island called the PEI Potato Open. He won that. That's up there with the Choo Choo Classic and some of the other names.
140.
The Potato Open.
I presume it was sponsored by some sort of potato company, was it?
Jeff, you require 112.
Well,
or is an actual place called Potato?
It was in Charlottetown, and you can't get Charlotte potatoes. So maybe that's got something to do with it. It's double 18 again.
76.
He's chipping away at David Evans, but he hasn't found the final fry.
So 16 now for tops. For Evans to close the gap, and he does so.
On the fifth leg.
3-2 to Smith.
Sixth flag, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Oh, this is a really great tussle. We're just not sure how it's going to end.
58.
Smith could have won this 4-0 and 4-1. One of many Smiths, of course. When you're looking at your stat sheets, you always got to check the first names. It could be Michael. It could be Ross. It could be Jeff.
Dennis.
Indeed.
It's going back a bit.
140.
Yeah, the man with the best ponytail in darts.
Yeah, Andy Smith as well. Pie man.
22.
Yeah, the man with one of the best laughs in sport. Or the lack of it. It's more of a chunter, isn't it?
A chuckle.
129.
If Smith loses this game, he's not going to be chuckling at all.
No, especially being having a 3-0 lead.
125.
He won't be happy. But we shall see.
Somebody's getting his rhythm back as well. The weird thing is, this is a really good game to watch.
41.
The averages aren't that good.
40.
But the result is very much up for debate. It was 3-0, now it's 3-3.
7th and final leg.
And how the mood can change in as little as 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, this will be some
57.
victory if David can come back and pull this one off.
$60.
David himself has played at a BDO World Championship back in 2020, but it wasn't at Lakeside. And that was the precursor to him being
58.
the strongest player in this format in 2020. He would go on to win the Challenge Tour that year. Seems like a long time ago now. It was 5 years ago. And so much has happened since then for both players. This is brilliant. It needed to be.
140. $59.
No, David not finding a treble there on that visit, so pretty much neck and neck at the moment. But that's great darts there from Jeff Smith.
Evans has got to find the same. As soon as that second dart went in the treble 20, Evans was shaking his head.
100. Jeff, you require.
Well, does find the treble with his last dart, but will he get a chance? So 20 now for his beloved double 18.
30. David, you require.
I think he's having a falling out with it. He's missed it 3 times for the match now, in 3 different legs. But all's well that ends well.
Jeff, you require 36.
It's just a question of whether Jeff knows where the full stop is. There it is. What a topsy-turvy game that was.
Jeff Smith.
A very, very interesting match, which saw the Silencer take a 3-0 lead And then his lead crumbled after multiple legs that saw match darts missed by the Canadian. Then David Evans was thinking, this is my game to lose, but he couldn't break Jeff in that last leg. And as you can see, the averages are very, very similar. The checkout success, not that different either. And we didn't get a great deal of big checkouts along the way, but 3 180s and a 4-3 win for Smith puts him top. Three rounds down on our first Monday of Series 11, and that's what we've got so far, with Jeff Smith at the top of the table with the superior leg difference and the superior points total. David Evans in hot pursuit. He will take on Mervyn King in our next game after this one, but everybody's had a story to tell today, and nobody is cut adrift, which means that things are very much up for interpretation. Only 8 legs between them in leg difference is a good sign, because that means that you can turn things around in as little as one match. And as for Adrian, in his previous game, he lost 4-2 to Tommy Morris. He was outgunned, no pun intended. But if he can recover against Dustin here, Mondays could still be quite good for him. His remaining games are this, and he has Jeff Smith at the end. A lot of people would say, Trina, that playing the person who was showing the best points
First
total
leg,
might not be a
it's
good
Dustin
thing.
to throw first. Game on.
But as a competitor, I think that's a really good thing because you're the person who can stop him.
Yeah, that's true.
140.
And that's can be like can do some major damage towards the end of the day.
93.
I think Adrian's nickname, the Conqueror, has two meanings. One, because he was the conqueror of Phil Taylor at the World Grand Prix once. It was a famous win.
60.
But he is from the area of East Sussex that has Hastings, which is famous for the Battle of Hastings in 1066.
Absolutely.
And that was, of course, from William the Conqueror. But there is something missing in that part of the world.
100.
I've been down to visit Adrian a couple of times. They have the town of Hastings on the coast, which is very famous.
98.
Close by, they have a town
Adrian
called
Require,
Battle.
161.
So where's Of? They should have an Of in the middle.
Yeah.
Should be Battle of Hastings.
99.
So sort it out.
Somebody's missed a trick there.
Even if it's just a restaurant or something.
17.
Now, ever since
Adrian Require,
Dustin
62.
won his first game 4-0, he has been starting to languish a little bit. Oops. Double six.
Game
Okay.
on the first.
It's good enough.
Adrian.
And that's an
Gray.
accidental double-double from Gray.
You'll take it though.
Second leg, it's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
He went for it really. That's what he'll say anyway.
Some games, you can't hit one double, and then you hit two, one of them accidentally. Darts is weird.
60. $81.
Can you remember the strangest checkout you've ever had?
I'll have to have a think about that one.
140.
What about you?
Definitely a 58 checkout. It was a bit of a joke for a few weeks.
100.
Quarterfinal of Gibraltar Darts Trophy 2018. Single 4, double 9, double 18.
140.
Really weird.
Okay. Was you drunk at the time?
I was so tired.
140.
I'd not been that deep in a European tour event for 5 years.
Was the board spinning?
Felt like it was. I'm so glad I won that leg. Won the game 6-5.
160.
Oh, look, it's happened again. It's catching.
Adrian, you require 120.
There's them low darts again.
60. Dustin, you require 20.
So Dustin a chance with his double 10.
Game shot on the second leg.
Not a problem.
Dustin Straver.
I think he's done all right today.
So like it's
For
Dustin to
someone
throw first.
who hasn't got a great deal of
Game on.
experience at this level, he's composed himself really well. He's played on the Challenge Tour for the last 4 seasons.
100.
He's yet to grace the last 16. But that might just be his apprenticeship. He might just be trying to figure this out as to what he needs to do to move forward. It could be this week.
140.
Yeah, could indeed. This place brings some magic to people's lives.
41.
Yeah, just ask Jensen Walker. Apparently, he was going to buy everybody burger and chips when he won the title in Series 10. Still waiting, Jensen.
Well, the very next day he was at County for us in Lincolnshire, and
That's commitment.
he never bought a drink.
64.
fair enough.
So I've grassed you up there, Jensen. Well, not that I'm aware of, anyway.
180.
Well, there we have another 180 in this contest. That's the second.
85.
And after that really buoyant start, Straver is starting to take this game by the throat.
45.
And this is a characteristic of Adrian. He's not going to be rushed. If he's in a spot of bother, he will take a timeout. It's very smart. It's also a characteristic of some of the travels he's done. Because if you play soft tip and the darts live tour in the Far East,
95.
that happens a lot.
135. $51. Adrian, you have 117.
So 117 now for Adrian. Well, treble 20 was the target.
85. Dustin, you require 84.
Well, it doesn't look like we're going to get a double top in this leg. Or at least we shouldn't. We might get a bull.
59.
Not quite.
Adrian, you require 32.
So this is for a third straight break of throat. Yeah, nothing wrong with that dart. Right in the middle.
Adrian Gray. Fourth leg, it's Adrian to throw first.
We were talking a little bit earlier, Trina, about how we will have another Women's Week coming up in the middle of Series 11. If the invite list was up to you,
59.
Of all of the players that you've seen, heard of, played, who would you like to play against, either again or for the first time in a Women's Week here?
That's a good
65.
question. Well, if we're talking of the past, I'd love to see Francis play again. Francis Honsler. We had the Dutch Crown. We had many a battle on that lakeside stage, especially, and all over the world, indeed. And yeah, it'd be lovely to see
30.
her return. But I don't think she's going to do that at all. But yeah, we still keep in touch.
That's nice.
43.
Last time I heard Francis at a darts event, she was at the World Police Fire Games. She actually ran into a good old friend of mine.
140.
Yeah, I think I've said this for a while. We don't get enough Japanese dart players here. It's because of the geography. I totally understand that.
180.
But there are a multitude of Japanese dart players I would love to see here, whether it's the Women's Week or just the Modus Super Series.
59. Adrian,
I'll mention one of them in the next leg because I am desperate to get him here before the end of the year.
Treble 20 now then. 4 tops. For a 3-1 lead.
Game Sean the fourth edge.
And he takes it.
Adrian Gray. Fifth leg, it's Dustin to throw
Well, that
first.
is his biggest
Game
finish of the day. And at a very good time as well.
Well, 94 average currently for Adrian. 87 for Dustin.
100.
Well, the name of the Japanese dart player I'd love to see here more than anybody else.
Do tell.
It's Mitsuhiko Tatsunami.
60.
Don't ask me to repeat that.
He's a real live wire. He's got character. He's got talent. He's 51 years of age. And he's the men's singles champion in the WDF
55.
Asia Pacific Cup.
Right.
Also a 2-time winner on the Asian Tour. One of them very recently.
140.
In fact, just last month when he beat Seigo Asada in Shizuoka. I want that guy here. And I'd preferably like to see him on a road trip with Seigo Asada, because I want to see that guy here. But I'm a huge fan of Japanese darts. I think they've got a lot to offer.
180.
Well, that's different. Didn't need to leave 21, and why would you do that?
41. Dustin, you've required 21.
Way up. He was nearly off.
5.
Yes, it wasn't in. Seems to me like Dustin's got a little bit of character himself. He's tried a no-look 180 today. He said a maximum to leave 21.
40. Dustin requires 60.
And he has to hit this. That's a great shot.
On the 5th leg, Dustin Straver.
That kind of shot we've seen from David Evans a couple of times today.
6th leg, it's Adrian.
Where he goes over the top.
Game on.
And doesn't interfere with the flight that is blocking the bed.
Yeah, finds the top of the bed. Almost floats it in.
100.
Yeah, when it comes to the Women's Week as well, there are so many talents
85.
that we could showcase here from different parts of the world. But there's only 12 places, and logistically it is difficult if you are from further afield.
180.
We are not being starved of 180s in this game. It's 3-2 in the scoreline, and it's 3-2 in 180s as well.
81.
Coincidentally, it's Adrian who leads 3-2 in both columns.
139.
Well, he's definitely finding his form in this match.
He certainly is. Whatever he's been working on in the practice room, it has worked.
60. Adrian, you require 82.
He has got 3 170 plus scores and 3 180s. And possibly a 4-2 victory.
$62.
Not yet.
However, he will be back. It's Dustin way back on 275.
45.
Yeah, you get the feeling that's the white flag. He is well behind.
Game,
and he will stay that way.
Adrian
Gray's done a fabulous job there. It's amazing how things can change so fast in this Group A situation. Before a dart was thrown in this game, Adrian Gray was bottom of the table. By virtue of winning this game by 4 legs to 2, he jumps to 4 points and is now third. And everybody else has got to respond. But first, it will be Evans up against King, 2 previous winners.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
We've only got 5 more games for you live on Pluto TV for the rest of today, because Group A is a morning and early afternoon session. We hope you've enjoyed it so far. I know that we have. The standard has been excellent so far. And with a 4-2 victory in our previous game for Adrian Gray, he has lifted himself off the foot of the table for now. And now we point to the direction of Mervyn King to see if he can too go to 4 points at the expense of David Evans. Oh, how things can change, because at the end of the previous round, Dave was hoping for 6 points from 6.
Game on.
If he loses to King for a second straight defeat, he'll be in the middle of the table with King and Gray. I don't know how you subscribe to this, Trina, but we always think that Monday is foundation day. It's making sure that you've got something solid to work with going into Tuesday.
Yeah, absolutely. And, but all is not lost, saying that. All is not lost if you do have a poor day. You've got Tuesday and Wednesday to recover.
No week
58.
will ever embody that more than last week. Because when Scotland, in the international pairs, were 8 points behind, they won Group A.
93.
That may never happen again.
Yeah, you just don't know what's going to happen, really. And it's not just
140.
on what you do. You're also dependent on what others do as well that can make the difference.
$128.
We did reference that King is playing his 11th straight day. So by the end of this week, he could have played half a month straight.
I should think he'll be ready for a good break after this week.
85.
Unless, of course, he's got something else in his diary.
I can't imagine he does. There's something on Dave's mind.
128.
It'd be disappointing not to hit the tops, but what a sensational try.
So this is on if he gets the treble 16, and he's way off this time.
124.
I'd have stayed with the treble 20 there myself, hitting it the first time.
Oh,
No
wow.
score.
That must have slipped. That's
Moving
missed
it
by
requires 16.
well over an inch and a half.
So a chance for Mervyn to pinch this. Double 4.
Game
And he
shot
does
the
so
first
with his
leg.
second dart.
Mervyn King.
And, of course,
Second
it was a
leg, it's
break
Mervyn
of
to
throw.
throw first. Game on.
David shaking his head there in the background, realising what a mistake he'd made there with that double 15.
59.
I've got a question for you, Trina, because last week we had 2 players here called the King. One was Peter Shuri. Mervyn King obviously has always been known as the King.
135.
Corey Cadby called himself the King. How would you feel if some young upstart came into darts and called themselves the Golden Girl?
140.
Good question. How do I answer this politely? Yeah, it wouldn't. It's not the done thing, is it really?
135.
But you know, different continents, you get the same name over different continents, so that's the way it happens.
85.
Yeah, it is true. I can think of at least 2 Cobras. You've got Yella Clarkson and Stuart Coburn from Australia. Then you've got a Black Cobra in Jeffrey Desvan.
60.
But I think in the eyes of the purists, there is only one King, and that is Mervyn.
40.
Because he's the OG.
I think the same would be said about the Viking, as in Andy Fordham.
Yep, there are 2 Vikings.
Yes, indeed there are, but the original.
57.
Yeah, I think there's only one. I think even Boris Koltsov would have to tip his hat to that. He's called the Viking, but there's one that is
59.
the right Viking. Without being
David,
rude
you
to
require
Boris, because he's a good
140.
guy.
He's a big guy. Be careful.
Now, this is a really interesting situation for Mervyn because we've seen him go 18s first on 118. We don't agree it's the right way to go. But he doesn't care.
$58.
I think there's an element of old school. We call old school in Merv, and there is in me, to be fair.
Second leg.
And
David
you'll
Evans.
always find it in Martin Adams.
Yeah, that's true. We've mentioned this 79. Evans is a bit more progressive. We can put it that way.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
You must have shared a trip or 2 with Mervyn playing for England.
Yeah, I have indeed. Yeah, we've had many outings together. It was actually at his wedding as well.
60.
God, that's going back some time now. But, yeah, we've had many tournaments, shared many flights together.
57.
Now I'm doing guesswork here. My tablet is to my right, but I'm not going to use it. I'm going to guess that you guys must have been to Australia together.
Correct.
To Perth for the World Cup.
58.
Yes. Did you go to Kuala Lumpur together?
I think we did.
North Carolina?
No.
Didn't do that one.
I didn't do that one.
Okay. But I would imagine there would have been plenty of Europe Cups as well and things like that.
Yes,
60.
indeed, yeah.
But thinking about the teams that you guys were in, it's head spinning. Last time Mervyn was here, I was talking about the likes of Adams and Fordham and O'Shea. Those teams are legendary.
59.
Yeah, the good old days. As they said, God, I'm sounding old.
I want to know where the shirts are. Because you know how retro football shirts are big nowadays?
48.
Those old West Point shirts with the arrows on them. When they were the England shirts, I want to see some of those.
Oh, I've still got some.
We need to do a video about those. They were tremendous.
43.
I think I've still got my red trousers somewhere as well. Oh, God, did I just say that out loud?
You just said that out loud. At that very same point, Mervyn started shaking his head at the thought of red trousers.
Yes, they were very flattering.
40.
I think I've started to understand why Mervyn is shaking his head, because the standard in this game is well down on what we thought it could be. Both averaging about 80. And there it is again. That veering to the right.
83.
Perhaps it's a bit edgy because of they know the value of this game, and you know, it's an important match for both of them.
Well, they know
105.
that Jeff Smith will play Tommy Morris next, and if somebody loses this game, they're going to lose ground, potentially.
53.
This is a big chance for Evans.
76.
This game is being played in a 7-visit range. Oh, and 7 visits isn't good enough. Land ho.
72. Mervyn requires 60.
So 60 now for Mervyn. 20 tops. Moves across the hockey to give himself an eye and finds it with his second dart.
I don't mind saying this with my hand on my heart.
Fourth leg, it's Mervyn to throw
But nobody has gone right on the hockey the way that Mervyn has just done and done it better than him ever. He may have done it a little bit more than others.
84.
But you can talk about your Whitlocks, your Taylors, your James Wades, but nobody has been more accurate
96.
going right the way he has, because it's just uncanny. It's so ridiculous that people have said to him, why don't you throw from the middle
98.
all the time? And he just says, no, I prefer to stand on the left.
Yeah, everybody's stance is different, isn't it? But he does use the hockey well, and
96.
Yeah, like you say, he's not afraid to move. He can throw a dart from wherever behind that line.
Well, actually, Mervyn King is a perfect opponent for a right-hander.
100.
Because when you get your darts out of the board and you walk back, you've got so much space that you don't have to scooch past them and worry about hitting their right shoulder. What Mervyn gives you is space to breathe
59.
and space to walk. That's in a literal sense. When he's playing his best darts, he gives you zero room to breathe in a figurative sense.
43.
Needs another treble.
100.
Oh, this is not going to be the time to look at 3 bulls. I would pay good money to see him try. Imagine Merv's reaction if he hits it.
136.
In fact,
David, you require
penny for Mervyn's
150.
reaction if he hits it anywhere. Keep your money in your pocket.
90.
Well, he does find the treble 18 with his last dart. So tops now for Mervyn. Double 10.
Game shot on the
Get it
fourth
quickly.
leg.
That was not penetrating the board by much at all.
That's the fastest I've seen him move.
Game on.
It's a 3-1 lead, and without playing well, he's got a 2-leg cushion.
96.
You're a big fan of Tim Vine, aren't you? You've spent some time with
Tim.
Do you know he's actually got a 2-leg cushion? A cushion with 2 legs on it.
No, has he?
Yeah. He brings it out when he plays darts. Look, I've got a 2-leg cushion.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Great guy, Tim. Loves his darts.
He does. He's very good at, actually. He is.
Indeed he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been watching his beloved
60.
Sutton United over the last few weeks.
You know, when we did the what was it?
85.
The sports.
You did the charity thing for Sport Relief.
Sport Relief, that's it. Sport Relief, and I was one of the coaches, and I went down to his house, and it's I trained him kind of thing, but he didn't need much training, to be fair. And then I was supposed to go. He's just been on tour as well, so I was supposed to go and watch it, but unfortunately I couldn't make it.
Yeah, I think he's been doing some dates recently. I didn't realise until I spent a bit of time with Tim that he was Jeremy's brother. I had no idea.
Absolutely, yeah.
100.
Completely different characters as well.
Absolutely, that's why I didn't think of it. Oh, that's
80.
a good switch. That takes the pressure off the next shot a little bit. Because the way that he plays the game, he's more likely to get a shot at a double than not.
121. I mean, you reckon 160.
Oh, well, he grimaces and smiles at the dartboard.
Did he just laugh at his own darts?
I think he did.
Oh, this time he doesn't find it.
88. David, it requires 79.
So David will have a chance at this 79. So 20 now for tops.
That could be that. And with Mervyn's darts sitting the
28.
way they are at the minute, upright and leaning left, this looks ominous. Oh, he's not going to go for sevens. What a fascinating choice.
David,
Well, especially with
20.
David sat on double 10. Can he punish it? Well, needs to use the barrel to bounce
Games
in.
on the 5th leg.
And he finds it with his
David
third
Evans.
dart and punishes that extraordinary decision
6th leg,
from
it's Mervyn
Mervyn
to throw first. Game
to split.
The question I have posed many times before of who splits sevens has now been answered.
137.
It's not a nice place to be double seven, especially if you're angling your darts upwards. But predominantly, 99% of players don't split sevens.
57.
It's like playing blackjack. You don't split sevens.
$140.
Walking away disappointed with a 140. But it's probably more to do with how he delivered dart 3.
Well, he had 2 perfect darts there as well. That, a decent throw of the third dart would have got a deflection into the treble to make it the maximum score of 180.
60.
Still using those red flights and those red aluminium stems. You say old school, Trina, they are the epitome of that.
Yes, indeed, yeah. I can't remember him using anything different.
134. Mervyn, you reckon 164.
David Evans giving it the double Matt Campbell ironic thumbs up.
132.
And that is how you nestle a dart. Beautifully crafted by King. Okay, just the one this time then. He's going for the triple.
120.
How many times has he thumbs up in this leg?
32.
Might be thumbs down. And this is not Gladiator. The King
Mervyn King
is now rocking once again. David Evans, who won his first couple of games, has now suffered 2 straight defeats. So he will stay on 4 points, and his leg difference will take a little bit of a tumble. A bit of a mystifying game, standard-wise. But the fact is, King takes the 6-leg match and progresses to 4 points. Welcome back. Pluto TV and the 24/7 darts channel with the Modus Super Series. Live action continues now with Jeff Smith playing his 4th game of the day and looking to remain undefeated. It hasn't been a cakewalk for Smith today by any stretch of the imagination. He's been through the mill a little bit, and now he has to go through Tommy the Gun. It's an interesting dynamic that we have in the table, because from top to bottom, as it stands,
Game on.
It is 6 points at the top and 2 at the bottom. If Morris wins, we go into the final round of play on Monday with only 4 points between top and bottom still. Does that in turn put a little bit of pressure on Tommy in this game to keep things compacted, Trina?
Yeah, I think it does. And, you know, I mean, his previous match, he played well in his previous match. So, obviously, he'll want to continue that in this game.
99.
Yeah, his previous game against Adrian Gray, he was the better player.
100.
It's the most commanding position he's been in today, and he was able to use it. But now that he's up against the best
123
points carrier, it will be interesting to see what Tommy's got in the locker here.
82. $89.
Interesting use of the board, but that is really elite.
45.
You leave yourself at 182. 25 leaves a finish. 50 leaves you wanting the bull again. But at the end of the leg. Oh, that's incredible. From Jeff Smith.
Jeff Smith.
If you want proof that he's an elite dart player, you've just seen it.
Second leg is Jeff.
That was smack bang in the middle as well, that bullseye. Cracking darts there from Jeff.
Just the two bulls in that leg.
Yeah, not bad.
100.
But the use of the bull to leave the finish and the use of the bull to finish it.
60.
All premeditated.
Yeah, great counting, great mathematics from Jeff.
I wonder how much maths he uses in his day job. Because he is an expert painter of cars, particularly classic cars.
60.
Well, you would imagine there's got to be lots of measures in that, isn't it? The right measure of each paint, then, if you like, to make a colour. I'm guessing now.
I'd say exactly the same.
100.
I've seen some of the motors that he's finished, and they just look like works of art. I remember back, I think it was 5 years ago, when
96.
Tragically, the garage that he was working at burnt down.
140. Jeff, you
And then he had to do other stuff for a while until he could find somewhere else to work. You see, dart player stories, they're not just skin deep. They don't just wake up and play darts. They've got other things to tell.
Double 16 then.
69. Jeff, you require.
Okay,
65.
This is the occasion where you don't want to hit the bull. So he's going to go treble 11. Tops.
Game
That'll
for the
do.
second leg. Jeff Smith.
I keep looking at that dart shirt, and every time he hits a double like that without missing one, I feel like we should have a sound effect. Like the whole place should just go, shh. If he makes Saturday night and he does that, the crowd should do it.
Well, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? If you could get the crowd to do that, that would... I'd like to see that.
A bit like that song by Björk.
81.
It's oh so quiet.
Quiet.
And so peaceful until...
43.
I could have timed that better. He just hit 43.
140.
Well, you're on about careers, as in with Jeff. Apparently, Tommy is a tree surgeon.
57. Tommy Rick 140.
Good time he had to be a tree surgeon.
100.
Takes a special kind of person to do that. You're up so high and it's dangerous.
Yeah, you don't want to be afraid of heights, that's for sure.
59. Tommy require 40.
I'm guessing his favourite footballer isn't Urian Timber.
20.
His favourite double is not double 10 right now.
No rush, though, in this leg.
60. Tommy required 20.
He will have 6 at this, should he need them. Well, moves across the hockey to try and find a way through, but he can't.
He had to go a little bit further. And even if he had hit double 10, going further left, it might not have stuck in the board.
140. Tommy
He has to hit it this time. That might not be a bad thing. Oh no.
Jeff,
It's
you require
catching.
47.
The ironic thumbs up is infectious.
Double 8 then.
31.
Jeff can't find it either, so
Tommy require.
Tommy has
10.
another chance at this double 5 to get a leg on the board.
No score.
He is livid right
60.
now. And you can't really blame him.
Game shot
Because you just knew that was going to
Jeff
happen.
Smith.
Prior to this match, Jeff Smith had the best doubles percentage of
Jeff to
anybody
throw
today at
first.
44%. That is an elite level. I was looking at a statistic this morning that for the PDC Pro Tour this year,
96.
Jan van Veen is currently on 47% for the year. That's having played a lot of matches.
100.
If he maintains that for the rest of the season, that will be a record.
That's impressive. Very impressive.
So if you take 44% into
134.
consideration, that's pretty much where the old records lie. It's about
60.
45, in fact. So we can grade someone by having between 40 and 45% for the day, saying it is world class.
64.
Well, he quickly fires the last one in. Finds the target with his second. Follows in with his third very quickly.
He was doing it again. He was on 182 again. He tried to repeat the trick of leaving 132.
100. Jeff, you require 157.
It's a different shot. And a different result. Oh, that's so
95.
clever.
Tommy require 101.
Who thinks about staying on the 19s on 157 like that? It makes so much
49.
sense.
Jeff, you require 62.
So 62 then.
$46.
He's had a match start to win 4-0, and he's been in that position before today. When he was pegged back. He is not pegged back this time.
16.
This is for comfort at the top of the table. And comfort is his.
Jeff Smith.
Jeff Smith with 4 wins from 4. And in his last game today, he will take on Adrian Gray to have a perfect Monday. And the man from New Brunswick didn't have to get out of 3rd or 4th gear. 50% on the doubles will embellish on his finishing statistics for the day, but he'll take the 4-0 win and run.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Only one more round to go for Monday, and we thank you for your continued company live on Pluto TV, wherever you're watching from. And if you are outside of the zones that have Pluto TV and you're watching on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, we welcome you as well. But one more round, and that means only 2 more points can be gathered by any of the players. Dustin Straver started with a win of 4-0 against Tommy Morris. Since then, he has lost 3 times.
David to throw first. Game on.
As for David Evans, it's been a day of 2 halves. Started with 2 victories, all looking very bright. But then, things get a little bit sticky.
41.
Lost 4-3 to Jeff Smith. And then lost 4-2 to Mervyn King.
45.
So maybe he had the 2 stiffest tests in the last 2 rounds. And if he can end on a win and get 6 points, he might be satisfied with that.
140.
Yeah, it's tough games, aren't they, today? And there's been some quality darts. So
100.
Yeah, he's just gone off the boil a little bit in his last game, giving himself the thumbs up on occasions. But that's a nice 180 there, David.
Well, he obviously doesn't want to give us a thumbs up for something good.
100.
Maybe he didn't want to steal the intellectual property of Andrew Gilding.
$92.
That'll do. Based on what we've seen today, Evans has got more likelihood of a sustained scoring performance.
48.
But we have seen fragility on the doubles from quite a few parties today.
8.
And it
Dustin,
continues.
you require 156.
Yeah, the beginning of the day, that's It's been his forte, but
140.
in his last couple of games, his doubles have given him some trouble.
Game shot on the first.
No trouble
David
there.
Evans.
They're the things you
Second
need
leg
to
is Dustin
practice
to throw first.
if
Game
your
on.
doubles are not cooperating. You practice the transitions, which are natural in a game of 501.
125.
Go from tops to 10s to 5s. People who practice double 1, double 2, double 3, double 4, that's a warm-up game. If you want constructive practice, you have to do what happens in a match. Why do golfers have practice rounds on Wednesdays? So they can learn where to miss. Dart players need to learn how to hit and how to do it in transition.
59.
The easiest way to explain it is, if you're practicing double 1, double 2, double 3, in what game of
97.
501 will you ever do that?
Well, you wouldn't, would you? But like you say, you use that for fun purposes then, if you like.
Absolutely.
85.
You're better off practicing tops, 10s, 5s, 16s, 8s, 4s. Those
84.
transitions could be much more useful in games like this.
So it does train your brain as well, doesn't it? It becomes a natural movement.
Absolutely, especially from the 8s to the 4s.
Dustin, you're 195.
Because they are two very different body positions.
79.
That's not a bad leave there from Dustin. He doesn't take the 5-visit leg, but he'll take 6.
$100. Dustin, you require 60.
I think you might want to take a 6-visit leg.
Game shot
Well
the
done.
second leg. Dustin Straver.
I do like the font on the back of his shirt. It looks very Star
Third leg, it's
Wars-like,
David to
doesn't
throw
it?
first. Game on.
These are the strange little things I pick up on.
100.
Can't say I've noticed. Yes, it does. I see what you mean. Or Blade Runner.
Oh, good call.
6.
Oh, you just trumped me there. That's brilliant. Well, as for David's shirt, looks more like a Turkish delight.
60.
Everybody loves those.
I see the resemblance.
58.
Yeah, when it comes to dart shirt design, it's very much an individual project, isn't it, these days?
Yeah, it is indeed, and you know, you can get pretty much whatever you want.
60.
I remember the golden shirt you had, Trina.
Yeah.
That's iconic. Didn't you wear that in Vegas once?
I think I did.
Yeah.
Yes, I think I did.
100.
Other people have tried, other people have failed when it comes to golden shirts.
Well, it was a one-off.
Do you still have it?
I don't think I do,
100.
actually. I think I gave it away to charity.
If you've got that shirt, we want to know where it is.
59.
There are some iconic ones out there.
If I have got it, it won't fit anymore.
$60.
Oh, that's a bit ragged from Dave. The distance between the first and second darts was about 2.5 inches. Just wonder if the live lounge is getting a little bit warmer now.
121.
Well, Trevor 11 was the shot. Telling himself he's played
81.
rubbish there.
Dustin, you require 84.
Nobody says that word more than David Evans in this place. Tremendous
Game shot on the
hit.
third leg.
Lovely use of the
Dustin
marker
Straver.
from Dustin. He doesn't want to leave this place today without 4 points, and look at the reaction from Dave. He's throwing in the green towel.
$140.
When this place warms up on a Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday in the middle of the season, it can get really warm.
Yeah, it was really warm the other week when we played in the women's series here, and yeah, it was red hot on the stage, and yeah, that can play a part as well. Well, he's just looking there to see if the point of the dart was actually touching the board. If it did, it would have counted.
I am a massive fan of Owen Binks's impression of a meerkat there.
140. $100.
What kind of things would you need if you're going to play here in May to end of September? What are the things that you need to maintain a cool body temperature?
Drink plenty of water.
180.
That is the main thing.
100.
And you may need a towel as well.
47.
Yeah, some players put ice in their towels.
Game shot.
Well, that's a good idea.
David
and I'm
Evans.
talking about that 11 darter, not just the ice in the towels.
Fifth flag, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Someone that Dave will know very well, Stuart Kellett. He was a ninja at handling hot temperatures. He used to put his darts in the fridge. And he once put a shirt in the fridge. And I thought, that's genius.
No way.
Imagine having a spare shirt.
81.
And then I'm a bit warm, get that one, unroll it, put it on. It'll be like shirt air conditioning. Genius.
100.
Just depends how many shirts you've got. How much fridge space there is.
That was another thing I was about to say, yeah.
96.
Just imagine how you would stumble upon that idea. Where's my dart shirt? I could have sworn I had it on a minute. Oh, it's in the fridge. Oh, this would be hurtful.
Justin, you've got 121.
Whoever could take this ton plus checkout will take the lead.
Treble 17 is the shot then.
57.
Not to be, so a chance for Dave. The treble 18 would leave the ball.
$55.
That hasn't worked out
64.
Too well, but he might get another look. But this is on the Evans throw. And his throw has been broken. Maybe there is another win in Dustin's future on Monday.
There's a bit of grit and determination in Dustin's posture and everything at the moment.
100.
Well, we know that we have had some iconic record holders in this building. Someone who has got the highest losing average and the highest winning average in this building is a certain Darrell Pilgrim. And the last time Dustin Straver went to the barbers, he said, I'll have the Pilgrim.
44.
Because he's got exactly the same haircut as him. Shave off the sides, leave the top, and use the laser for the parting.
60.
It's a very bold statement.
$60.
This one is very much in the balance.
And of course, David has to break here
100.
And he's going the right way about it.
Isn't he just? Now he's averaging nearly 96. And he's needing to.
100. David require 81.
Double six then.
Game
And he finds
shot
it with his third dart.
David
And the match draws level.
This is a
7
super
for
game of
final leg.
darts.
It's David to throw first. Game on.
Look how hard he's working. Look how
59.
hard he's thinking. There is a danger that when you do that, you can get too tense.
You try too hard.
60.
You can understand why. If you're David, you win this game, you've won more games than you've lost today. That in itself, psychologically, means that you have succeeded.
85.
I don't think Dustin's under the same kind of pressure. Because the best he can do is win
95.
2 and lose 3.
$120.
He does well there to find that second treble 20. Moves across the hockey and throws
60.
across the dart.
That's becoming more common as well. Using the entirety of the lie instead of just the line of it.
62.
And he could end this match with a 170 checkout. We've already seen one from Mervyn King earlier in Game 7. And that came against Dustin.
52. David, you require 170.
Would be a nice way to finish your day.
Not to be this time.
58.
He will be back though.
But he's only edging towards the line. And all of a sudden, things might change
140.
if he
David, you
doesn't
require
hit this.
112.
Super dart. 1 dart for the match. Bravo!
Game shot and
That
the
is a
match.
stunning checkout
David Evans
from Stretch. He knows how crucial that could be. It's been a very up and down day with lots of wiping the brow and lots of ironic thumbs up. But he has, in the end, won more games than he's lost today. That is the worst rendition of Big Box, Little Box I've ever seen in my life. But it is a 4-3 win against Dustin Straver, who won his first game of the day but would proceed to lose his next 4. Next, it's Smith against Gray.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment haven't he's been in before this situation? Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the jockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Only 2 more games to go for Monday afternoon, as it is now. I'm sure that Jeff Smith is very much accustomed to this time zone, even though he flies from time zone to time zone, probably more than most. But Eddie Gray knows a thing or two about that. He subscribes to the fact that when you are feeling a bit jet lagged, you can sleep until 12 o'clock and then you put your alarm on and you don't sleep for the rest of the day. And it works a treat, apparently. So we can call this the jet lag derby. But who's going to win it? Because if Jeff wins, he gets 10 points from Monday, and Adrian will have to settle for 4.
First leg, it's Jeff to throw first. Game on.
Jeff knows a thing or two about having a perfect darting day. But he's not a winner at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth yet. But he is showing the best likelihood of winning this group here today.
Well, starts off with intention there. Putting in his first max of this match.
That is only his 4th of the day. Now, I say it's only his 4th, but if he was a power scorer, you would put him in the category of someone like Brian Roman, who you saw last week.
45.
Or some other players, and they would yield maybe 10, 12 in a day. Jeff has never really been a big maximum hitter.
100.
He almost let me down there.
He did.
He's always been about 2 treble visits and really good finishing.
Yes, his combination shots that have been good today.
100. Jeff, you're at 124.
Hasn't got this one yet. And he's not going to get it. But
84.
he has the luxury of laying up. And he's better at laying up on the dartboard than he is on the golf course. Sorry, Jeff. He can hit a ball.
60. Jeff, you require 40.
But hitting it straight is another thing altogether.
Game shot on the
But that
first
one,
leg.
straight as they
Jeff
come.
Smith.
Straight down the middle.
Second leg, it's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
I wonder what kind of shirt he's going to wear tomorrow. He never wears the same shirt twice in a row. He's always got other colours in mind.
125.
Well, time will tell.
Yes, we will be back bright and early tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. live on Pluto TV as usual.
There's some low darts again from Adrian. Throwing below that treble 20 by quite some distance as well.
Yeah, that's going to have to stop if he wants to get back into contention tomorrow.
96.
He's trying to figure out why it's happening. Is it where the elbow's a little bit high? Now, that might seem like a bit of an oxymoron. If the elbow's higher, surely he's going to throw higher. It doesn't work that way.
45.
The elbow has a sweet spot. If it's too high, you're going to drag the dart low. If it's too low, you're going to be pushing the shoulder up.
99.
So he's trying to figure out where that sweet spot is.
It's all very technical, isn't it? This dart throwing.
That's more like it. Oh, it's beautiful.
171.
Just stay down there, 80.
I was just about to say, play on the 19s.
$58. Adrian, you require
Well,
100.
I wouldn't go 19s on 100.
Well, no, that would be silly.
Well, you could go treble 20 tops if you want and hit it like
Games on
that.
the second leg. Adrian.
That was a brilliant 2-7-1 in 5 darts.
Third leg is Jeff.
That was a leg of 2 halves. First half,
14 dart leg.
Now, how could you finish 100 on 19s? You could single 19,
95.
treble 19, double 12. The moment I see that, the game's gone.
$41.
Adrian really struggling to find some consistency in his game today.
99.
He's trying to weigh it all up as to trying to analyse what he's doing wrong.
He's having a conversation in the background with himself. It's all very watchable.
58.
Today might be a process of discovery, trying to figure out what's happening, and then use that evidence to move on tomorrow.
60.
Yeah, there have been some great dart players from Adrian's neck of the woods. People like Shane Burgess, John Ferrell.
I remember Shane.
45.
Yeah, but has he ever cooked you squirrel?
Ah, well, no, but I've heard the story.
140.
I did travel with him to Dublin once, years and years ago, in his van, in his camper van, and crikey,
43.
yeah.
Jeff, you reckon
Some of the smells
107.
coming from there was not quite right. Yeah,
Say no
well,
more.
yeah.
Say no more.
55.
I think if you offered Jeff Smith some squirrel, he'd say, no thanks, I'll just have the chicken wings. He is a chicken wing connoisseur.
58. Jeff, you require 52.
He's double 16.
Game shot on the third.
Yeah,
leg.
put some sauce on that one.
Jeff Smith. Fourth leg, it's
He's
Adrian
carrying
to
on the
throw
legacy
first.
of Canadian
Game.
darts, of course. Jim Long, who has been here and succeeded twice. He's doing a fabulous job of being part of the PDC Pro Tour at the minute. But where are the young Canadian players coming from?
140.
That's what we want to know. We know where the different generations have been in the past with the likes of Bob St. Eve, John Parr.
45.
But where are they going next? We need that next Canadian superstar.
Yeah, there's not one that I can
57.
that comes to mind.
We thought it was going to be Dawson Marshall. We thought it was going to be Sean Narain. It didn't work out that way.
137.
We thought it might have been Kenny McNeil, but he was finding it very difficult to get over to the UK after being a sub-zero scaffolder.
180.
Imagine doing that job. Scaffolding in minus 35.
41.
I'd rather play darts.
Adrian, you've got 124.
Ooh, bullseye if he wants it, which
92.
he doesn't.
Yeah, just lays up. Sensible decision. With Jeff back on 278.
82. Adrian, you require 32.
So double 16 now then for Adrian.
Oh, that's a massively brilliant marker. And he hasn't used it. He's overshot it by quite some distance.
16.
Doesn't manage to put it right. But he will be back.
102. Adrian, you require 16.
Interesting use of the bullseye.
No score.
No. That's the dart he needed in the previous leg.
Jeff, you require 94.
That's what he's been doing as well. He's been dragging his dart down into the trebles or up into the double one. So
oh, no, he's just done it again. That's what he's all about.
Jeff Smith.
That's where the crowd should go.
If that gets Jeff to throw first. Game on.
That's his biggest strength. He's like a very hungry mouse. You don't leave cheese out when Jeff's around.
41.
Because he'll have it off the trap before you even know it's gone.
$45. $91.
picks off the treble 17 nicely there.
Yeah, it's a really good use of the treble 17, which is usually used when you've got a 1 at the end of your score.
42.
Not necessarily when you've got a 0 at the end of your score, but I think he prefers that switch option than any other.
Again, it's what works for you, isn't it? So
137.
what you're comfortable with and what you know you're going to hit.
The way he's playing,
80.
He probably feels like 10 points is inevitable. Win this leg or the next, he will have a double digits positive leg difference for the day.
140.
It's hard to think how today could have been much better. Yes, he could have dominated some matches by larger distances, but you don't care as long as you get the 10 points. And it really does feel like he's going to get them in the next 60 seconds.
60. Jeff, you reckon 92.
And he's left himself on that trusty double 18, which at times today has not been so trusty. It started well, then it wasn't.
Yeah, it failed him a little bit, didn't
100,
it?
Jeff, you reckon
Midway through the day. Can he rectify that now?
There's your answer. Mr. Perfect on Monday is the silencer. 5 wins from 5. It doesn't get any better than that when it comes to the points total. And he will finish the day on plus 11 in leg difference. A typical performance from Jeff, 92.72, and the best doubling performance we've seen all day, because in that 4-1 victory, he was 4 from 4. Welcome to the last game of Monday then. And we now know that Jeff Smith will finish the table top. But by how much over these players? Mr. King can get 6 points to be 4 points behind Mr. Smith. But Mr. Morris is looking to get himself over Dustin Straver. He can only do that with a win against the King. It's been a really interesting day so far, full of tumultuous campaigns, but the one constant has been the silencer constantly hitting doubles. His statistics for the day are very, very impressive. We'll get onto that in due course.
To throw first. Game on.
What do you think Mervin's going to be thinking about his day, Trina? Because it didn't start very well, but it could end well.
Yeah, it could indeed. He's had a solid day. You know, he's
60.
He's had some good averages and that, but he just hasn't had much luck in some games. But like you say,
94.
Could finish on a high here.
We've just had the statistic come through that Jeff Smith for the day, and we were talking about 45% being world class, 51%.
Yeah, that's tremendous. Yeah. That really is tremendous.
20 hits from 39 attempts. The most amount of darts he had a double in a match was 11.
177. 82. Mervyn, you require 90.
I wouldn't mind taking an 11 darter to start things off. I might just get it.
Game shot on the first
That'll do.
leg. Mervyn King.
Uses the barrel very well there.
Second leg is Tommy.
Bounces off and deflects into a double 18 to take the first leg.
81.
Did you ever meet Mervin's dad?
I did.
The guy that's on the back of his shirt?
I did. It's
a nice tribute, isn't it?
Yes, it's lovely. He was a gentleman.
121.
We don't have any darts fans like Mervin's dad anymore. People who sit there and quietly celebrate.
174.
Yeah. Yes, he was a lovely, lovely man. His biggest supporter, I have to say.
Absolutely. Hold the phone.
120.
These guys are looking to go out with a bang today.
81.
It's funny how Tommy started his celebration to the camera it was about 18 months ago, wasn't it, with Dom Taylor. They did the machine gun into the lens. And the next thing you know,
97.
Jaden Walker was doing it at an influencer event. It's amazing how things get fashionable in this sport.
Yeah, things catch on.
93.
Well, you've seen that today because Gilding uses his thumb. So does David Evans.
In a slightly different way.
$80. Tommy requires 72.
So 72 now. Double 18.
On the second leg.
Takes it with his second dart. Fires that in. And draws level.
We were mentioning old school a little bit earlier. That can be classified as an old school shot now because not many people go for treble 12 on 72.
I do. I'm old school.
100.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
Especially if you hit it.
Exactly.
28.
But it does come with its pitfalls. If you hit the treble 12 and you go double 18, all is good. But if you get the 12, then you have to get a single 20. Then you've got a dart in the way of the tops. So more people these days are going for 16s for that very reason. But it very much depends on which double you want to leave.
177.
Yeah, that's great darts there from Tommy.
We are in the third leg of this game, and we've had 3 170-plus shots.
Not bad going, eh?
83.
Should really have moved on dart 1. When you have a switch option, it's not necessarily just on the last dart.
80.
You have to maximize the visit. You have to say to yourself, after dart 1, what is the best possible result? Is it staying where I am or moving after dart 1?
38.
So the shot not on now. 18 would leave him tops.
Did you notice how this time at 118, with 2 darts, he went for treble 20 instead of treble 18?
Yes.
Which was absolutely the right thing to do.
74. Now then you require 40.
He may be an enigma, but we love him. Does he love 10s this time?
20.
He does not.
Tommy, you require 124.
So chance now for Tommy. Treble 20 is the shot. So treble 18 now for the bullseye.
9.
And he's just a fraction outside it.
That was so close. But that one's in. And that's the separating factor in this sport.
Full flag, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
And Mervyn's short career here in Portsmouth has yielded nothing but Saturday nights.
140.
When he was here in Series 10, Week 9, he made Saturday. He won. At the Champions Week, he made the Saturday night.
40.
At the International Pairs, he made the Saturday night. So is that a precursor to him making Saturday again?
Well, he'd definitely like to think so, wouldn't you?
It has been very much all business for Mervyn.
140.
But there have been a few rather funny moments over the last few weeks. And it's been nice to see the whimsical side of him come out.
119.
Because not a lot of people get to know that side of Mervyn.
No, he's a very nice guy.
26. Tommy requires 62.
I don't think he's seeing the funny side of this leg.
22. $93.
Yeah, good switch there for Mervyn, but it should be too late.
40. No score.
Oh, you never know. If he sticks out 105 or more here, Tommy might even lose this leg.
$75.
Yeah, a bit of a wayward dart with his last one there. Tops now then for Tommy. 10s then.
Game shot on the fourth.
Oh, that'll be nothing but a
Tommy
relief.
Morris.
If you consider his previous match where he was 0 from 13
Game on.
and then add that to this game, he is 2 from 21 in his last 2 matches. You don't have to be a darting genius to figure out where it's gone wrong for Tommy in the last hour or 2.
No, the statistics tell the tale.
In fact, the game that he won, he was 4 from 11. That's pretty tidy. But we have seen on many occasions in the past, Tommy being much more accurate. And he might just be coming into one of those periods in your career where you're going to be tested.
83.
He's flourished since we welcomed him here to Portsmouth for the first time. But no career is a straight line. If he's on a slight decline at the minute, he's got to accept it and figure out how to put it
59.
right. $100.
Yeah, and that's where the frustration can come for many players. You know, you get those that battle through things, you know, through dartitis even and stuff like that. You know, there are players that just give up because they don't know how to handle it.
138.
And Mervyn came through dartitis in the 90s. If anything, it made him better. You see him twisting the dart on the way back. That is a direct result of what he had to go through to get through dartitis. But at the minute, King just can't get anywhere near Tommy in the scoring stakes. I wouldn't blame him if he's flagging a little bit.
No, he's had some busy weeks.
85. Tommy require 8.
So 8 now then for Tommy.
Too close. Oh, that's incredible, that shot.
Tommy Morris.
Really good. The only way he was going to hit that was if he hit it in the bottom half. Because the first dot kicked over and covered the top of the bed.
$78.
So Tommy favourite for this leg because he has the darts. However, I'm sure Mervyn's going to have something to say about that. And there he goes.
180.
He once held the Lakeside record
100
for most 180s in a tournament. Can you remember how many that was, Trina?
I want to say it's 33. I might be well off though.
140. $140.
Oh, whatever you do, Mervyn, don't hit a 180 here.
He heard you.
Same message to Tommy, because you don't want to leave 3. 31.
I went far off then.
Yep. And they've actually been more 180s
97.
in a 7-set match at Ali Pali now. It's amazing how things have progressed.
Yeah.
Tommy Morris is going to get a chance to win this game. To keep King on 4 points and to put himself on 4 points. 88. That is what he will get.
Tommy Morris.
A very up and down day for Mervyn. Started with a couple of defeats but recovered really, really well. But in the end, Tommy Morris stayed patient and has kept himself in the pack on Monday. There are the stats. There's not a great deal between them, in fact. But opportunities Tommy had plenty of. He took them. And if you fancy coming down on a Saturday night, this is how you can figure out your way to Portsmouth. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and these are the last couple of rounds that we've seen over the last hour and a half to 2 hours. And we have seen a perfect day for Jeff Smith. He got a 4-0 victory against Tommy Morris in his penultimate match and was able to down Jeff Smith by Adrian Gray by 4 legs to 1 in his last one. There you can see him at the top of the table. It's a dream day for Jeff, and he knows he's going to be top of the table going into round 2 tomorrow. At the worst, he could even stretch his lead tomorrow. But David Evans on 6, he's very much in the mix with King and Gray and Morris all on 4 points. It's Dustin Straver, who lost 4 straight games today, who finds himself at the back of the pack. We're here with Trina at the minute, and Jeff Smith, what a great day for him. It wasn't plain sailing, but when people started to tire, Jeff had some stuff left in the tank, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I mean, the day started off with a fantastic game against Mervyn, and he got over the line with that one, and he's just gone from there, strength to strength.
All about the finishing, wasn't it? Because 51% on the finishing today. We can talk about his averages. They've been very steady indeed, but the finishing, absolutely exemplary.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, and that is what's been the best about his game today. So yeah, that's what's got him there, and he's got over that line.
What's David Evans thinking after today? Because we've seen a lot of ironic thumbs up and all sorts of gestures, but what's he thinking after getting 6 points?
I think he'll be a bit relieved actually to get that final 2 points for the 6. At one point it was lucky. He was missing a lot of doubles, and but he managed to pull that back in the next few games.
As far as today is concerned, which moment really sticks out for you? For me, it was the 1-3-2 by Smith. But what's really going to be your memorable moment of Monday?
I'll probably say the 170 from Merv. That was a classic shot, and taken out beautifully.
Okay, what a wonderful day we've had then. Any other highlights for you?
I mean, I've enjoyed today with you. That's
very
been the
nice of you to
highlight.
say.
That's been the highlight, my dear.
It's always great to spend some time with you, Trina. And we're going to do it again tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow on Pluto TV. So, tomorrow it is, 9:30 a.m. Don't miss it. I'm the Asset Paul Nicholson. That was Trina Gulliver. And we've got plenty coming up on Pluto TV because we've got the likes of more live action tomorrow and on Wednesday. And we've got the double sessions on Thursday and Friday. Remember, we have got some highlights for other packages on Pluto TV, but as far as we're concerned, we're going to bid you adieu, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. See ya, take care.
What a finish, what a man. The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty